These are real flowers.
Yes.
These flowers are real, right?
Yes, sir.
But they don't have the smell.
So marigold doesn't have smell.
Doesn't have smell?
No, sir.
No, really?
Very rare.
Very
When you
rare?
smell it from like very very
Close.
close then.
Okay.
And when it's get old,
Huh.
now then they smell more.
Oh,
The
it's
fresh
old, then
one
this-
doesn't smell.
Okay, so this is still only 2 days old, right?
Yeah,
After
but now it is smelling a
it
bit
is
of a
smelling a
smell.
bit, so tomorrow it will smell more.
Yes,
Good.
then we have to remove it. But the life of marigold is like most.
So it will maybe 3
And
4
this
days.
is the main flower that we used in a
For
Hindu
everything, yeah.
religion for cultural programs. Because of its adaptability also to be woven into
Lots of things.
threads
And you've seen the
flowers.
movie, right? The Best Western Marigold. But
No, sir.
no, you haven't seen? It's a good movie. It's 15 years old, but
Okay.
set in
I'll
India.
Put it in a watch list.
Is it possible? So have all the participants submitted a photo and they registered?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to get one sheet where their photo and name is there?
Yes, sir. We already have it.
Can you give me a copy?
Yeah, sure.
You know why? Because when I call out people,
Uh-huh.
I want to call them by their name rather than saying, okay, the person in the green shirt.
Okay.
Okay, because I call people like that, so
Yeah. Okay.
so maybe tomorrow.
Sure. I'll try that. It will be done today itself.
It's okay, no problem. Nice to know.
When we ask for the registration form, the detail sheet,
Yeah.
we ask them to upload their
Photos.
passport size photo also.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so I'll have that copy.
Great, thank
for
you very much.
You would like to have a tea or coffee? sir?
Professor Devi,
Yeah.
what is your, did you make the plan? You are flying on second, yeah, third?
Uh,
It's a tentative only.
it's tentative, but I think I should go on second or third.
Don't you stay here, they will take care of you very much.
But I'll see everything by that time, right?
And I will leave some part, you will be able to see with them.
So I'll see something.
Just see, because there is another request just now came.
Yeah.
There is one college here in AN college.
Yeah.
So that environmental science, the faculty wants you to interact with the students there, but I told them that this 2 weekend is free, not free.
Yeah.
But rest of them I don't know when you will clear.
So when are you going? On the first,
I am going on the 1st of night,
which is Sunday.
Sunday.
So then I can interact with the faculty, this group on the second,
Second is Monday, yeah, second you can interact with.
and then second evening or third morning I can go.
Yeah, that you can do. Second.
Yeah.
Let him talk to his faculty and then we can.
Yeah.
But Windows will be only 2.5 hours only because there will be certain things they have planned for.
Okay.
On third you are planning. So if you are going on third, then fourth morning you have to plan.
Let's try on third morning. So one extra day, one
So
extra.
do you want me to prepone your ticket? Yeah.
Is it possible? Is it easy to do?
It's not easy, but it's doable. It's not impossible also. I can manage it to get it done. But first you just tell me that this is the final, then only I can take it up.
Let's wait till Saturday.
Okay. This weekend, then we can decide.
Then we can decide.
Because once I start the communicator, then it's very difficult to hold on that.
Yeah. Let's wait for this weekend, then we can decide.
And I also mentioned to Abhishek.
Oh, okay.
He said nobody is aware of it.
Because I don't want them to feel
No,
bad.
and he himself is very much occupied with his research work. He does not have time to share with anyone else.
Good, yeah. Because they had asked me to come in June, and I said I'm going into India in February anyway. I can't come 2 times. And when GIAN got shifted, I forgot to tell them. So I don't want them to think that I came here and told them.
आगे भेजोगे जब भी भेजोगे सुनो बता रहे हैं आशीष जब भी भेजोगे तो 15 मिनट पहले दो मेरा काम है हमको मालूम है काम करता है यही है दोनों लाइफ कैसे कर सकते हैं दोनों माइक्रोसॉफ्ट चेंज कर सभी बोर्डिंग में सस्पेंड कराया वो सिस्टम है वो फंक्शन One important announcement. Look at this. We are having Professor Jerry here for our course. I strongly encourage all of you to be on time. And it does not go well with the ethos of the course and ethos of the NIT Patna and ethos of the learning atmosphere. So tell everyone, take it seriously. Don't take it very casually, because in the last, if your name is not there, again I am repeating, if your name will not be called for the certificate, then it is fault lies on you, not on the organizer, because you might have missed some of the classes, and in order to get the certificate, this 100% is mandatory. That I am not making 100% mandatory. That is the Ministry of Education, Government of India has made that is mandatory. So it's nothing to do, I don't want you to give you the certificate. Given the chance, I could give you, even though you skip some of the classes, I would give you, I prefer to give you that. But this is the Ministry of Education's instruction, and we need to avoid with that instruction at any cost. So that's my benign request to all of you. Please come 5 minutes before so that we can start on time, and let us have him the learning atmosphere experiences here at NIT Patna as well. Thank you.
Hey, Professor Mandal, do these people know that there is an exam on the last day?
Yeah, I think we have shared with that that schedule. In schedule, it is written there in the last day exam is also there. I'm not aware. So let me remind that the Professor JD has reminded a good thing. In the last, there will be the one examination also. Examination in terms of not you have to write and something like that. Like the group activity you have done, yeah, you have to give some presentation. Like what you have learned in, through the entire 10 days course, that the outcome of that learning would be through your lecture. So that, that it can be assessed through the different parameters. So if you involve yourself more actively into this learning atmosphere, then you will be able to give your presentation in a good way. So I will suggest take it a very little bit seriously, because all of you are faculty, students, researchers, scholars. So I am trying to take maximum out of the Professor Jerry experiences. Okay? Thank you.
They say yesterday is the past and tomorrow is the future, and today is a gift, which is why we call it a present.
A hearty welcome to all of you, all the esteemed guests, dignitaries and participants. I, Stuti, welcome you once again on the third day of the Global Initiative of Academic Network course on Sustainable Urbanism, organized by Department of Architecture and Planning in National Institute of Technology, Patna. Now, a little recap of day 2. We had an insightful discussion on global variations in urbanization, distribution of urban areas within geographies, countries, regions, and cities, followed by 2 super engaging group activities. Thank you, sir, for that. The activities really helped us to know each other better. Then, benefits and costs of urbanization, economic, social, environmental challenges of balancing costs and benefits of urbanization. Now for today, we will be focusing on unsustainable economic growth and sustainable economic growth, followed by class activities. Now over to Jerry sir for today's lecture.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I think volume is the issue, right? But I have a loud voice. So. Well, I'll walk around. So anyway. Thank you very much for coming here. I will, I shared some thoughts about what explains variations in urbanization. I'll share a couple of more thoughts on that. And then we will go into unsustainable and sustainable economic growth, okay? Because we discussed lots of economic issues, and today we'll be discussing some more economic issues. So I will continue with that and talk about some more economic growth issues. And I know this might be a bit boring since so many of you are from architecture and planning background, and generally economics is not discussed. My background is architecture also and city planning. But urban areas exist because of economics.
You need to little bit increase the volume.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that actually. It's working with the volume, I don't know how to increase it.
But it's working.
It's working, so sound is there. So,
It's very less.
no, it's on.
No, it's
Yeah, see,
It's on.
no, it's on, but the volume is
volume
down.
is less.
Volume.
Where you can put it.
नहीं कल तो यहीं पे लगा हुआ था.
Hello, hello.
So it's low. It's less.
यार वो आया था तो मेरा काम था ना स्पीकिंग सब देखा स्टार्टिंग कौन करेगा हम ये संभालेंगे तो है हमको दो आदमी
Hello.
चला गया.
Hello.
आवाज आ रही
I think that's better, right? No? Is it better? It's better? Oh yeah, it's better. Fantastic.
हो गया. तुम ये सब देख लो अपने से. आदमी आया था.
So, I'll talk about variations in economic growth. Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So remember yesterday we discussed some concepts, economies of scale, then diseconomies of scale, economies of agglomeration, and then that Manoj and Mohan example on specialization, okay? So now I'm going to discuss one more concept called threshold and range, okay? And then show how it links to a very common theory, a very old theory called central place theory that explains distribution of places, cities and towns in large regional landscape. How many of you are familiar with central place theory? Yeah, okay, great, fantastic, that's very good. Okay, threshold and range. Okay, threshold is the population needed to support some kind of business activity. And range is the distance that people will drive to take advantage of that, to buy that good or buy that kind of good, a certain kind of good or service. So I'll use two examples. Okay, in many parts of Patna, there are small stores a small store, and it'll be run by one guy, a family store, and that store will sell maybe bread and milk and some small groceries, right? Some small things. He doesn't have many things, he sells some small things. And most of his clientele comes from very nearby, okay? But people who are within 10-15 minutes walking distance, maybe 10 or 15 minutes walking distance of his, let's call this, let's come up with some name. Ahmed's store, okay? So this is Ahmed's store, and he's running this store that sells milk and bread, and people come from close by, so 10 or 15 minutes walking distance. In 10 or 15 walking distance, there are about, let's say, because of the high density of development in Patna, there are about 1,000 families. And of these 1,000 families, every day, about 200 families come to the store to buy some milk and bread. So every day there are 200 families coming to buy milk and bread from the store. And the profits that he makes from that milk and bread by 200 families coming every day is enough to sustain the store. Okay? So the threshold population for this particular, for Ahmed's bread and milk store is very, very small. It's only 1,000 people, and with the profits that he gets, he will be able to sustain the store. Now, his population will not, the number of people who come to the store will never be more than 1,000, because people will not walk half an hour to buy milk and bread every other day, right? So only people who are within a 10-15 minute walking distance will be there. So the range that people are willing to commute, people are willing to walk or go by bicycle or scooter to buy their milk and bread is very, very small. It will be maximum 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometers maximum, not more than that. Now another person, let's call him Amar, has a furniture store, okay? In that furniture store, every week they sell one table, and every week they sell one chair, one set of chairs, and they sell one sofa once a week. So every week they are selling only one sofa, one chair, one set of chairs, and one dining table. How many times do people buy sofa in their lifetime? Maybe once in 10 years, maybe once in 15 years. So to support his store, 1,000 people will not be enough, because 1,000 people will buy, 1,000 people means, they will buy a sofa or a chair. They'll buy it once, and then after 10 or 15 years, will they come for the next sofa. So Amar needs at least 20,000 or 30,000 people who will come to his store to sustain his store. Okay? Therefore, the threshold population needed for furniture store is much, much higher. Okay, for the milk and bread store, threshold population of 1,000 is enough, but for a furniture store, a threshold population, much larger threshold population is needed to support it. Also, people coming to the furniture store come once in 5 years, once in 10 years, so they are comfortable either driving 5, 10, 20 kilometers to buy it, or they are happy to pay someone to pick up their thing and bring it by truck or car or something, right? It's happening only, so they don't mind if it is 20, 30 kilometers away, because it's happening once in 10 years, once in 15 years. So the range for Amar's furniture store is much, much higher. Okay? Now, because the threshold population for different goods and services is different, when you go to a small village of, say, 2,000 people, you might find 2 stores sometimes, or a small town of 2,000, you will find 2 stores that are selling milk and bread. But in a small town of 2,000, you will not find a furniture store, because the threshold population is not there. But if you find if there is a town of 50,000, that has a threshold population for a furniture store, and in that town of 50,000 there might be 50 small milk and bread stores. Okay? Now, if you go to a bigger city, like a city such as, say, Patna. Patna's population is how much? 2 million? 3 million? 5 million? 5 million, right? Okay.
It's almost 3 million.
Okay, 3 million. Let's call it 3 million. Now, how many of you play football? Soccer, football? Okay. So the referee in football, you know, in the competitive football, the referee uses a whistle, and most high in professional games, the referee uses a wooden whistle, not a metal whistle, a wooden whistle, because it has a better tone and all that. Now, in Patna, it may be possible to find a store that sells only wooden whistles, because with a population of 3 million, there might be enough people who buy wooden whistles every day to sustain a store that sells only wooden whistles. Whereas if you go to a smaller town, any town of 100,000 population, there won't be enough people buying wooden whistles to sustain a store that sells wooden whistles. So as the population of the city increases, it can accommodate the threshold population of a wide variety of goods and services. So which is why there are more goods and services available in a bigger city. Now you all know that, but there's an economic explanation for it. And I'm just sharing that economic explanation. So we all know from our experience, when you go to a bigger city, there are more kinds of stores. And the reason is this. It has a threshold population for a larger number of things. Okay, as planners, when we plan, we need to identify what kinds of facilities or amenities are available, right? So if you are planning for a town of 100,000 population, we should know what kind of amenities and facilities can be supported by a 100,000 population town. And I'll give you an example. So let's say medical services, health services. So if you have a cough or cold or a fever, you can go to a primary health center, right? And a primary health center with someone, a doctor or nurse can look at your fever, examine your cough and say, okay, you know, this is and prescribe some medicine, right? Cough and cold and fevers are very, very common. And people want to go to a nearby clinic, right? So the threshold population for a primary health center is very small. It's 2,000 or 3,000. Okay? And people will not go too far. They are less than 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometers to a primary health center. Above a primary health center is a secondary health center. Secondary health center is somewhere where if you break your bone, you can go and they can do x-rays and figure out, like, this is, there'll be a doctor, an orthopedist who will check your bone and fix it. Now, how many people have broken bones in this room? Okay. Oh, hey, what's happening? Like, so many people have broken bones. I thought you need to have more calcium. Okay. I'm surprised to see so many people have broken bones. But breaking a bone is less common than having fever, right? So the population that you need to support a secondary health center is much larger. It might be 30 or 40,000, let's say 50,000 population to support a secondary healthcare center. And then, let's say for cancer, fewer people get cancer than breaking bones. So the threshold population needed to support a tertiary care center, a cancer hospital, might be 300,000 or so. Okay? Because more people break their bones than get cancer, and more people get cough and cold than they get cancer. And if people get cancer, they're willing to drive a great distance for that treatment, right? It doesn't happen every day. Cough and cold happens once a month. Most people have a cough and cold once in a month and will go to a doctor, right? Oh, change the battery. So therefore, when you're planning a township of 50,000 population, you need to know what is the threshold population with that 50,000 population, what threshold populations does it satisfy? Okay, and it might be for a secondary hospital, it might be for certain kind of stores. And you need to be aware of those things. And then, if you have a town of 50,000 population, and you know it should have A, B, C, D, E, F, G kind of facilities and amenities, and they don't have it, as a planner you know what is lacking there. And you have to identify what is lacking there and create the incentives for those things to come. So just by some certain small economic principles, you can identify where are the shortcomings in a particular city and where are the opportunities in a particular city based on the threshold populations. Okay? And these threshold populations are fairly, it's easily calculatable. Economists, like if you're working in a large planning office and there's someone with a bachelor's in economics, they can help you identify what is the threshold population for a primary healthcare center, what is the threshold population for a cancer institute. Similar kind of logic applies for, let's say, schools. What is the threshold population for a school, for a primary school? Like most people in an urban area, most children in an urban area will go to a primary school, right? And people don't want to walk great distances. So with maybe 5,000 families in an area, you can support a primary school. But to have a secondary school, not everyone goes to secondary school, right? So you might need about 15 to 20,000 population to support a secondary school. And then for higher secondary school, you might need 50,000 population to support a higher secondary school, right? And so if you have a town of about 50,000, you should, as a planner, be aware that there should be a higher secondary school in that town, right? So you should plan for that there should be a higher secondary school. But if you are planning for a town of 30,000 population, you should know that there will be no high secondary school here, but there probably should be at least 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 primary schools, space for primary schools. So just by looking at certain simple concepts, you can identify what things need to be there. And this gets into this theory of central place theory, okay? This is by a German economist named Walter Christaller. He came up with it 100 years ago. And he said, supposing you have lots of villages, these green dots are villages. Let's say they have all 1,000 population. Then you can have a small town in the center where there'll be different things, whose different goods and services that can survive with a threshold population of 6,000. So there are 6 villages around it, each with a population of 1,000. With a threshold population of 6,000, what facilities can be supported? Those facilities will be here in this town. Okay? Likewise, if you look at this area of the, you can see that this is a market town, there's another market town, a third market town, fourth, fifth. Each of these market towns, around them is 6,000 population. And then 6,000 times 6 is 36,000. So in this yellow dot area, which is the town, there will be facilities and amenities that can be supported by a threshold population of 36,000. Okay? 6 times 6. And likewise, at the upper level, this one would be 36,000. The red city would be 36 times 6. Because it's a hexagon, right? 36 times 6. So how much is that? 216,000. 216,000 population, right? So therefore, when you go to cities, you can see this hierarchy. And when you're planning for a new town or plan for a new area, once you know how much population is there, you can plan for this hierarchy of different kinds of things. For schools, public health centers, parks and open spaces also have a hierarchy, right? A small park for a neighborhood, larger park for bigger part of the city, and much larger park for the city. So all these hierarchies, you can identify which, given the size of a city, you can identify threshold populations of what kind of amenities and facilities are met within the city. Okay? And the structure of the city and the amenities available in a city can be analyzed using this notion of threshold and range as well. Okay? So, if you have a very large city of, let's say, 300,000 population, and let's say the threshold population for a secondary hospital where bones can be set is 50,000, and the city of 300,000 people does not have a hospital where you can set bones, then you know there is a problem. You need to have a secondary hospital there, either set up by the government or by some private sector people, right? So as a planner, knowing this concept of threshold and range, you can analyze which cities have enough facilities there that can be supported there, right? And which cities should have A, B, C facilities but only have A and B, even though it has a threshold population for supporting item number C also. Okay? Okay. Any questions or thoughts or any concerns from what I've just said? No? Okay, so now going to this two other concepts that help explain the size distribution of urban areas within a region. And that's called the rank size rule and urban primacy, okay? Both are related concepts and both come from this. They derive from this notion of hierarchy. Threshold and range, and that as cities become bigger, they have more amenities and more facilities and should be supporting greater populations. Okay? So the rank size rule, here it is stated, if all settlements of a country, and actually for small countries, not like India, so a country like Germany or a country like UK or a country like Switzerland, in such smaller countries, if all settlements of the country are ranked according to their population size, the size of the settlements would be inversely proportional to their ranks. That is, the second ranked city will have a population that is half that of the largest city. The third ranked city will have a population that is 1/3 of the largest city. The fourth ranked city will have a population that is 1/4 of the largest city. The fifth ranked city will have a population that is 1/5 the size of the largest city. And many people have done this analysis and they have found that this really works out. And it's based on this notion of threshold and range. Okay? So, there are different patterns possible. Generally, if you plot it, then the rank size rule, this is the perfect distribution, perfect depiction of the rank size rule, where the size of the city in thousands of people, 10,000, 20, 30, 40,000 people, by their rank is plotted here. So in this one, it's the log normal of the size on the y-axis and the rank on the x-axis is plotted, and you'll get a straight line graph. Okay? And many people have done that. This is from 100 years ago. This is not a new concept. It's 100 years ago. Sometimes you have a change in that the graph. The graph becomes something like this. That is, the second ranked city is not half the size of the first ranked city, it's very close to the size of the first ranked city. And the third ranked city, the fourth ranked city is not 1/4 the size of the first ranked city, it's very close to 80% of the first size of the first ranked city. And so that's called a convex distribution of the rank size rule. The third possibility, and this is much more common, so this log normal rank size rule is very common. And the second, and after that, much more, the next common one is this distribution, where the first ranked city is much larger than the second ranked city. Okay, and after that, all the other cities are much smaller compared to the first ranked city. And the fourth pattern, which is the not so very common, is a combination of B and C. So one city is very large, the first ranked city is very large, and then there is this convex pattern similar to this. Okay, when you have, now this is the ideal pattern. The log normal distribution is the ideal pattern. It shows that the population of a city and the different population sizes of the city are distributed in a way that is explained by the notions of threshold and range, and therefore people in small cities do have the facilities and amenities that they desire. People in large cities have access to a larger number of facilities and amenities. So this distribution A is deemed to be the perfect kind of distribution. Now this distribution is possible. Each of these distributions, economists calculated within regions. So not within a state, because a state such as Bihar might have 2 or 3 different economic regions, okay, where there is one big city and then around it there are other small cities. But in small countries such as Switzerland or Italy, the entire country can be seen as one economic entity. But in a large country like India, you can't do this rank size. You won't get this rank size rule. If you do the rank size rule, you won't get it, because Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, 4 or 5 cities are almost the same size, right? So you won't get that. But you have to take smaller parts of the country, like maybe you can take some portions of South India, maybe Tamil Nadu and Kerala put together. And this grouping has to be determined by economic linkages, not by geography or area, by economic linkages. And within a larger, within 2 or 3 states that have strong economic linkages with each other in India, if you do the rank size rule, generally it will work out. Okay? Now, one of the problems with this item C is the third, graph C is that most of the population is concentrated in one city. Most of the population is most of the population of a country or a region is concentrated in one city. That area is called. They say that this area is experiencing or characterized by urban primacy. And urban primacy is a problem. It means that all the amenities and facilities of that region or that country are concentrated in one city. Okay, and I'll share some examples of this. Some countries, I'll share some examples of urban primacy in some countries. Okay, here, Paris is a place where France is a place which has urban primacy. Paris is a primate city. Most of the urban population of France is concentrated in Paris. The second largest city, Marseille, is its population is about 1/6 or 1/7 the size of Paris. So if you plot it, you will get that C graph for this one. And this is not ideal, which means other cities in France do not have the amenities and services that, and therefore the populations are not there. So, France's distribution of urban areas is not very good. Another one is London, is UK. UK also shows primacy. London is the primate city of UK. A large portion of UK's urban population is concentrated in the London metro area, which means London has many amenities and facilities that other parts of the country do not have. And that's not a good thing. That's why it's a primate city. Likewise, Mexico. In Mexico, a lot of the population, this number for Mexico City, 9 million, is actually a mistake. It's more like 20 million, okay? So it's my error. I think I was trying to put 19 million. I forgot the one. But in Mexico, it's a primate city. And if you go to the other cities in the country of Mexico, outside Mexico City, which is the capital, it's almost like villages. They have very few amenities and facilities because of the huge primacy of Mexico City. Okay, so now we're going to have some fun activity. Okay, I'm going to divide you into groups, and I want you to examine, plot the rank size distribution of urban areas in these countries. Okay. So how many people are there? I was expecting more people today. Seem to have just the same number of people. So let me just call out some numbers, okay? You want to be part of this? Yeah, okay. So you're number 1. Ashish, you're number 2. You're number 3. Number 4. Okay? We'll just have 4 groups. Then you're number 1. number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Okay? And 2. Okay? All the ones, raise your hand, all the ones. Okay, all the ones come here, and you do this distribution for Nigeria. Okay, do the top 10 cities for Nigeria. Okay, number 2, all the number 2s, raise your hand. Okay, all the number 2s come behind Professor Mandal and look, do this rank size distribution for Malaysia. Okay, rank size distribution for Malaysia. All the number 3s. Okay, so you guys go at the back on the my right, back, all the number 3s, and you look at Australia. And all the number 4s go to the back left, this side. Who are the number 4s? Okay, go this side and look at Netherlands. And then plot the, either you can do a bar graph, and bar graph can show, or if you can do the log normal distribution. Okay, log normal of the population on the y-axis and the rank on the x-axis. Okay, so take about 10-12 minutes and then upload this. There's a Google form is being created. You can upload this onto the Google form.
One important announcement. I have already requested to creating the username and password for the participants. By the time I encourage the participant from our institute to share their username and password in order to access that. Very soon we will have the username and password in order to access our internet, so that any participant can access it. But I have requested them, it will take some time in order to reach me, because they need to create it and they need to send it to me. So by the time I ask anyone from our institute to give their username and password in order to access the internet. Okay?
And the log is just to make it fit on the scale, right? Otherwise the scale will be like 50,001. The scale will be different. So if you get to the log, you'll be able to fit on a graph.
Normal everything.
Sir, there is a 6-member in group 1.
There are 6 members in group 1, that's fine. It's okay. You can join one of those groups, and there's one group that has only got 4. You can join that group. No, not normal one. Thank you. Okay. Google Form is there.
Yes, sir. They in the same form they will just upload it.
They'll upload
They will change the name.
And we'll see the form, right?
Yeah.
We'll see.
And this is only for the people in no, people from the different colleges will be accessing that give me some time. Okay, they will create it and then we need to give them then we can access it. Okay. So otherwise now we are using so that is how we get some एक महीने से भी लगा मैं कभी अभी कवर कर रहा हूँ बाद में वो आ रहा है 40 आदमी 15 आदमी के लिए नंबर वाले तो लिंक बंद कर ही गए
There is some problem. After you go, it will be a problem.
I will come down, but again, you know, that's
2 weeks to
staying
3.
in India. Then I need to apply for. I'm flying to London also, UK. So I
Okay.
need to apply for the visa,
Mm.
and it's very tedious work in India to apply visa, get visa. So it's very horrible experience.
Mm.
And so we will see if that will be there. Then we can do it easily.
Yeah, we can do it this afternoon, this evening.
I'm just collecting everything so
Okay.
that we can say.
Good, good. Yeah.
And you need to also lecture wise you need to give your PPT because that depository has to go to the GIAN.
Yeah, it is there. Every day I'm putting it on.
Yeah, date wise you can say so that I didn't know how to work only day by day.
Yeah, it's called day 1, day 2, day 3.
And then fine. Because that depository they are making and regarding the interaction it is in my mind. I will do it soon. So because I am going to finish this one, then we can do it. And we need to also work on the because one of the other opportunities is to have the collaboration.
Yeah, we should. That's why we should do the
So
survey.
that I have shown to the GIAN. So they have to trust it into
And collaboration.
because that output was not there. So we want to see the output so that future is
Let's look at the survey this afternoon.
this afternoon will be.
Because we'll finish at 3:30, right? We have some time. We can spend 1 hour looking at the
Yeah,
survey.
that's it. Only after that I will go a little bit to the airport because my luggage has come.
Oh, yeah.
And I will do-
Law population versus
Rank.
तो रैंक तो लार्जेस्ट सिटी का आता फर्स्ट रैंक सेकंड रैंक तो उसमें नीचे आएगा एक्स एक्सिस में और वाई एक्सिस में पॉपुलेशन अब वो जो लॉग नॉर्मल क्योंकि नॉर्मलाइज करें तो लॉग में भी शायद वो पोस्ट काफ़ी वेरिएशंस होगा एक्सपोनेंशियल जा रहा है इसलिए लॉग में कर दे रहे हैं
लेकिन वहाँ पे तो लिखा नहीं तुम लोग एक से कैसे
सही है वेरिएशन सही है
क्योंकि
ठीक कैसे आ रही है ये तो पॉपुलेशन
पॉपुलेशन
इस टॉप 10 सिटीज आ गई वहाँ पर वाई एक्सिस में क्या पॉपुलेशन
नहीं नेम ऑफ द
सिटी
सिटी
है एक्स एक्सिस में क्या
सॉरी एक्स एक्सिस में नेम ऑफ द सिटीज है वाई
पॉपुलेशन
लेकिन ये है ना कि हम लोग नहीं है ना वो लिंक नहीं आया
लिंक नहीं आया है क्या गूगल फॉर्म
जो कल शेयर हुआ था ना उसी में नाम से
the log normal was in a linear right in a linear
If it follows the rank size rule, it will be a straight line.
it will be a straight line right?
Yeah.
Because I have seen there was a linear relationship between x and y axis
Yeah,
so it will go a straight line
it will be a straight line.
It's
And
not-
the log is log normal, log natural. It is just 2. Otherwise, the numbers are very high.
yeah
You know, it will be like 1 million, and the next would be, and then you're plotting it against 1, 2, 3.
okay
So the scale would be very high. You won't be able to see it.
so that's
Therefore-
what it will be in a linear
It will be linear if it
Yeah.
follows the rank size rule.
exactly right इस तरह का
हाँ हाँ जो पहला एग्जाम्पल
हाँ linear
वो आ जाएगा अच्छा बना
ये भी छोटे इसमें
चाय पी लो चाय पी लो
दोनों रहे इसको PDF नहीं
I like the way that you teach you always take an example
Really?
and yes yesterday you have taken the example that fisher and the person will be who is good in taking coconuts from the coconut tree and all. So actually you teach in a way where you take the help of the story and that story will take back to the theoretical portion that will make us understand actually.
Yeah. I hope
So
you
I'm
remember
really
it.
enjoying your lecture actually.
Good, good.
we all remember
Yes.
I hope you remember it.
Yeah, we all remember, the way you teach stories, stories will always make some space in our mind and that be correlated with the
Good.
theoretical portion that is happening here.
Good, good, good.
So,
Mohan
I will also be, in my LinkedIn profile, I will be writing about you that I enjoyed your lecture a lot. charging point and just नीचे
इसमें नहीं लिखा है 50-60 words के लिए
उसके नीचे में नाम
और वो कैसे क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो जरूरी नहीं कि लीनियर भी हो विवेक प्रसाद बहुत सारा एक जन का तो नाम विवेक कुमार विवेक वो तुम्हारा तुम स्टूडेंट तो उसी स्टूडेंट
We're done.
We're done. Group 1 is done. And you get a straight line?
No.
Okay. So Lagos is the primate city, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That means it is not following the rank algorithm.
Yeah.
In
It's not
short.
following the rank size rule.
Yeah.
And therefore it's a bad thing.
So what can be the probable reason behind that?
Because Lagos was I will get into this.
Yeah. That will be referring for all of us actually why it's not a state.
Yeah, and so that means as urban planners, you have to encourage growth in the other cities to reduce the primacy of Lagos. Yeah.
Sir, as you guided yesterday that geothermal thing can be done. So, could you help me integrate as far as I have done the work till now? So I am wishing that it should not go waste. So how can this thing can add as a layer? So I have selected 6 study pockets within the Patna city. All the
Existing build.
existing bits. And
Any of them are low density?
yes, sir. Some I would tell you the typology is as such that I have in one particular study area, I have a bungalow type and then I have a C plus 6 kind of two typologies. Then in the other pocket, similar 6 to 5 G plus 1 kind of unit. And in one I have G plus 2, G plus 3, which is a slightly lower dense kind of. And one is very dense. So like this, their geographically one is located near Ganga River or something. One is in the very core area of the city, one lies in a little bit of suburban kind of city. So might that might also influence. So that was the idea behind choosing it, and all of them belongs to a I can say a higher middle class of people. Generally officers like faculties of an or a government official with government housing. So the idea for choosing them was government planned residential housing, so that whatever I come up with as a policy or as a rules or regulation can be easily applied to it. For that policy we can integrate and we can come up with some norms or rules or regulations we can add to what it is existing. So that was the whole idea. So I have selected these pockets here and I have done the site survey for that.
Okay.
And I've extracted some morphological parameters like what is the built open space, what is the open space ratio, then vegetation index, and all of these morphological indicators I have extracted.
Okay.
And I have also generated the land surface temperature for these pockets. I was trying to relate and see how these different morphological parameters are related with the surface temperature that I am getting. So is there any correlation and something like that, which as you rightly said, it's already very much existing and many people have researched on that. But there were one or two aspects which were less studied, like there's one concept
Yeah.
done? Group done? Done?
Okay, so I'll tell you what to do. Let's talk about this today. What time do you go home?
So whenever you are free, I'll stay.
So today we finish at 3:30. 3:30 to 4:30 Dr. Mangalam and I have to do some survey. Okay, so 4:30 onwards, we can sit and talk till whenever it's comfortable. Okay? So we'll talk in detail.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like all the groups are finished, right? So we'll now have, Ashish is going to put up all the answers on the screen. And I want one person from the group to explain what they found, okay? And then I'll have some comments on your findings. So, as soon as Ashish brings this up, okay, is that team one?
I will open everyone.
So which team is this? Which teams? Okay, can someone from that team explain this graph? I know all of you want to present, but I think the privilege goes to the person in red shirt. Yeah, Ajay, it's your privilege to present. Everyone wants to present, but Ajay, you are presenting. Which country is this?
Netherlands.
Okay.
There's a huge distribution between first city and the rest seven cities, which completely showing the population of first three cities is approximately 2.4, 2.3 and 2.3 million. And the rest of cities is not crossing the 1 million. They are approximately 0.78, 0.65, 0.36, 0.32 and so on, and the last one is 0.2 million. There is a huge difference on the first three cities. Maybe most probably they are the main city of this country, and the rest are the suburban or maybe the lower economical areas.
Right. So do you believe that in Netherlands this follows the normal rank size distribution?
Yeah, no sir. Because there is no gradually slope showing in this graph.
Right.
But there is a completely descriptions we can absorb in the graphs.
Yeah. So like the first three cities seem to be very close to each other in population,
Yes.
right? And the other cities are very small.
Yeah.
So if you take the first three cities together, it looks like there is some kind of primacy, right? Those three
Yes, yes.
cities are, and this is not, primacy is not a good situation, okay?
Yes,
so,
sir.
so yeah. Okay, which is the next graph now? Okay, whose graphs are these? Which city is this? Which country is this? This is yesterday, okay.
Second pair. This is Malaysia.
So this is Malaysia. Which group is Malaysia? Okay, can someone present? Yeah, can you talk about what you're finding here?
In Malaysia, we found that the first and second cities are following rank size rule,
Yeah.
where the population is almost half.
Half and one third, right?
Half or one third. in the half or one third in first two cities, and then the population of third, fourth, and fifth and sixth cities, the population is almost uniform or equivalent, equal to each other.
Right.
And after the third city, from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, 10, the population is gradually decreasing, and it is not following the rank size rule.
Okay. But overall, if you take the whole graph, it more or less forms that, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
If you take the whole,
it's in decreasing form.
yeah.
Yeah.
More or less, it's a straight line
A
from
straight
left to
line,
right.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's good. Thank you. So that's Malaysia and Netherlands. There are two other countries. Which are the two countries?
Nigeria.
Nigeria and where's Nigeria's graph?
Can you name it out? कौन सा है नाम से?
What's the name of the graph?
Nigeria.
Group 1.
वो
Which one?
लिखा हुआ है
Yeah,
ना?
This one.
Oh, this is the graph. Okay. Can someone talk about Nigeria?
Nigeria.
Yeah.
So we could see that there is a steep initial drop from Lagos,
Yeah.
which population is around 26 million, and then to Kano when we go, it's 5.2 million, which highlights that Lagos has the status of the outlier or the true megacity here.
Yeah.
And then the line shows more gradual decline through the remaining cities and forming almost an exponential decay pattern.
Yeah.
And after that, the cities from position 2 to 5, that is Kano, Ibadan, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, constitute a middle tier
Yeah.
with a population between 3.7 to 5.2 million.
Yeah.
And the lower tier of the city, that is position 6 to 10, ranges from 1.5 million to 2.6 million.
Right.
So we can say that Lagos is the outlier, and it's following a primate city pattern till that, and after that it's fall or a decay.
Yeah. So, but if you look at the graph as a whole, it's like I showed you 4 graphs. It's like graph C, right?
Yes.
Distributed showing primacy. So Lagos is the clearest example of primacy. Nigeria is the clearest example of primacy, right?
Yeah.
So Lagos is the primate city. Okay. So now let's go to the fourth one. What's your file called? Fourth country number 4. What's your file called?
Rank size rule is partially applicable.
Sydney.
Here in Australia, rank size rule is partially applicable because Sydney and Melbourne has almost equal population, and again Brisbane and Perth also have similar population. There is a small difference, and overall we can see rank size rule is partially applicable, and private city rule is not applicable here.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So, but if you group the first 2 cities, right? If you group Sydney and Melbourne, and then you group Brisbane and Perth, then maybe it follows a rank size distribution, right? It follows that rank size distribution. So we saw that in at least in 2 cases that maybe it follows the rank size distribution, but we saw this case of Nigeria where it clearly is a primate city. Okay, now primacy is a big problem because all the amenities and facilities of a city are concentrated within all the amenities and facilities of a country are concentrated within one city. And when that happens, when many amenities and facilities are concentrated within one place, more people migrate there and a primate city starts becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And when that happens, remember we talked about economies of scale and diseconomies of scale, and you start having diseconomies of scale. And at the same time, the other cities in the country don't have enough amenities. So as planners, we should look at, when we look at this distribution, we should say, in Lagos, Nigeria, there are lots of amenities, and we should now try to develop the other cities. So some of the population that is coming to Lagos will not come to Lagos and will go to other cities. So Nigeria around 20-25 years ago, Lagos used to be the capital of Nigeria. And why Lagos became a primate city is because when Nigeria was ruled by the British established Lagos as the capital. And whenever colonial powers occupy a country, they establish one big city. They take all the resources from the country and bring it to one city, and they protect everything in that one city, and then take it out by ship to the mother country. Okay, so they were not interested in other parts of the country developing. They put every college, every hospital, all the one or two hospitals, the one or two colleges in the entire country were all placed in Lagos. So after Nigeria became independent, because Lagos had the hospitals, had educational institutions, more and more people came to Lagos. So even after independence, this became a bigger and bigger city. Most of the urban population came there. So generally you would find in countries that were colonies, you will find primacy. Okay? Because that's how the colonial powers ruled these countries. So what did Nigeria do? Around 20-25 years ago, Nigeria said, we cannot let this primacy exist in our country. So they started doing something, and the thing that they did was, Lagos was the capital, right? They said, okay, now let's build a new capital away from Lagos. So they built a new capital called Abuja. And they, right from the middle of the country, they took another place and they started building that new capital. So that whenever you have a capital city, whenever you establish a new capital, then in that new capital, new hospitals would be built, new colleges would be built. And so over time, in 10 or 20 years, the primacy of Lagos would be diminished, and you might have a better distribution. So right now we don't see that, but maybe in 10 or 20 years we will see it. Okay, another city that's close to India is Bangkok. Bangkok has been the capital of Thailand, and in Thailand there is huge primacy. Okay, almost all the population, like a large population of the a large percentage of the urban population of the country of Thailand is in Bangkok. And Bangkok has been the capital of Thailand for over 200 years. It has a lot of people, 7 million people. Density is very high, 3,600 per square kilometers, very high density. And of the urban population in the country, 70% of the urban population in Bangkok of Thailand was in Bangkok 20 years ago. In other words, rest of the country is almost rural. Almost, 75-80%, probably 75-80% of the population of the country is in Bangkok. And when that happens, as you see in the last point, most of the chemist stores in Thailand are in Bangkok. Half the doctors are in Bangkok. 75% of all the people with a car are in Bangkok. Okay, and that's not good. It's very bad for the rest of the country that all these amenities and facilities are in Bangkok. I'm sure that most of the educational institutions in the country are in Bangkok because of its primacy. And the country hasn't done much to change that. I don't know why, maybe they're doing it now. What happens from primacy is that there's lots of congestion in the primate city. Lots of traffic congestion because you have diseconomies of scale. Lots of pollution from all the congestion, from all the traffic that is there. And then the city, the municipal authorities are generally not able to provide enough water, sewage and stormwater infrastructure. The market and government is not able to provide enough housing of good quality at reasonable price because the urban population is so high and it's growing so fast. And this is a problem with all primate cities, okay, not just Bangkok, this is a problem with all primate cities. Likewise, there is lots of poverty, homelessness, crime. Overall, what happens is there are lots of inefficiencies because there are diseconomies of scale. Remember we talked about economies and diseconomies yesterday, so there are huge diseconomies of scale. There are huge inequities because there are very few facilities and amenities even both within the city and across the country. And there are lots of negative environmental impacts. When you have large populations, huge concentrations in one part of the country, there could be huge environmental impacts. Often colonial history is the cause of primacy. Okay, Then developing countries also generally tend to have primacy, because in developing countries often the national government is focused on poverty alleviation or agriculture, and only one or two cities will have some kind of urban infrastructure. There'll be one or two cities that have colleges. And now India is a very big country, so there are many places where there are. But if you take a small country, say Malaysia, Malaysia we saw there's no privacy, but many other colonies, Nigeria for instance, there'll be one or two cities that have these amenities, so you'll have primacy there. Often primacy will also be there in socialistic countries. In socialist countries, one or two cities will have all the amenities. Then the national government will provide all the amenities in one or two cities only. And therefore you'll have primacy. And then often because of corruption, when the market is not working, the market is working very well, efficiently, then many other places in a country will develop and you will have lesser primacy. One of the places that has done a good job in reducing primacy is South Korea. In South Korea, the capital Seoul was a primate city in 1970, 1980. And then in the last 3 or 4 decades, the country has focused a lot in creating other urban growth centers. Okay, and they, rather than investing in Seoul, they built new universities, they built new airports, they built other kinds of amenities and facilities in other places. So now, Seoul is not such a big primate city in South Korea. I thought I had a graph on that. I'm missing the graph, but there is that information. If you look up South Korea, you will see how over time, from 1960 to 1980 or 1990, Seoul was a primate city, and the graph was like Nigeria. And then, because of other development, because the government was investing in other places, the graph became like Malaysia's. You saw Malaysia's graph, and you saw Nigeria's graph. Seoul, South Korea went from like Nigeria's graph to became like Malaysia's graph. Okay, so governments recognize that primacy is a problem, and they try to solve the problem. Okay, so let's take a break now, and I'm switching topics here, so I think this is a good time to take a break, a 5-10 minute break, and then I'll talk about trends in economic development planning. Okay, so maybe a 10-minute break, and then we'll start again.
Hello everyone, we are having a 10-minute of a break. So kindly put your cups into the dustbin. There are 2 dustbins provided, one inside the building, that is just after the first door, and second is after the second door. Please put it there. Thank you.
Like 10 questions or something. Or multiple choice. Yeah, that's good. So we can combine, we can say that 50% of the growth is based on elements. No, 30%, 40% of the growth is based on elements. Which is when you come, each day, so it's 10 days. Each day you can't take it 4%. 10 days you can't take 40%. Then 50% of the growth is for the activities. If your main is only all the activities, you get 50% of the activities. And then the last 30% is based on the exam. Same multiple choice questions. What do you say? I'll make something. It's a formula something. And this is the formula that we grade. And only if you get 70% out of 100, you get a Yeah, it's very important for planners to know that.
So that is the transition I felt when I studied architecture and then did planning. This takes away some of the creativity.
Yeah, but the thing is, it takes away some of the design creativity. But you need all this policy creativity also, right, to make a city a good place. So this helps you to combine both the design creativity with the policy creativity.
This creativity is more on the side of the mathematics and the design creativity is more like arts. So that is what the combination of engineering and art and stuff.
Shall we start? You can start.
Welcome back, everyone. The break and refreshment is over now, and sir is starting. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. So you looked at the distribution of urban space, and now we'll look at economic development planning, okay? Because urban areas are essentially economic entities. And remember the Venn diagram from the first day, 3 circles. And one circle is on environment, the second circle is on economic development, and the third circle is on equity, right? And generally we tend to focus on the environment only. And we'll focus on the environment. I'll show you how we'll come back to the focus on the environment. But one of the things that we as architects and planners generally don't tend to focus on much is the economic development circle. That's why I've been focusing a lot on economic development, because ultimately societies want development, right? Communities and societies want economic development. People would rather have enough to eat than live in a beautiful city. Now, ideally, it will be good if they have enough to eat and can live in a beautiful city. But if the choice came to whether they would rather eat or go hungry and live in a beautiful city, they would rather eat, right? So, which is why I'm focusing on economic development a little bit to balance out things generally in architecture and planning training, okay? So you get good training on design issues, but I just want to supplement that with some training on economic principles. And so generally cover 2 things, trends in economic development planning and the role of government in capitalistic markets. And in this one, I'm going to use many examples of how not to do economic development planning, primarily from the US context. Now, you know that US is a very, very strong economy, but there are many, many mistakes that people in the US have made. And many countries in the world, the economy is trying, they're trying to expand their economy. And as they try to expand their economy, it's generally based on principles of capitalism, right? Like for India, for instance, till about 1992, India had a very closed, very socialistic economy. Then even after India opened up the economy in 1992, till about 2015, 2016, there were very rigid 5-year plans that guided where economic development happened. But after 2015, 2016, the planning commissions were all changed, right? And so we haven't been doing economic development. It's not so centralized, and there is more input from markets, right? So there are different kinds of yeah, I think it is much better now. Yeah. Okay. So, politicians politicians are likely to push for economic development of urban areas. Politicians from urban areas are likely to push for the economic development of urban areas. And because they want their political base to benefit, right? So they will say, let's say the city leaders of the city of Patna would say, well, any development that happens in the state of Bihar should happen in Patna, because then they can take they can take credit for what is happening in Patna and say, when I, as politician, as the representative or the mayor of Patna, did all these things that are very good for Patna. So political leaders will often try to push for economic development. Now, some places political leaders are very bad. They don't care about the people. They won't try to push for any economic development. They just want to get re-elected, right? But most leaders, most elected leaders would try their best for some economic development of the areas that they represent in the state government or the national government. And there are very common strategies used for economic growth, okay? And these strategies are often incentives given to companies to locate in a particular city. So, for example, the state of Bihar might say that we want economic development to happen in Patna, so the state of Bihar might give incentives to companies. So, if let's say Apple is planning to come up with a new iPhone factory. The state of Bihar might go to Apple and say, look, if you come to Patna and set up a new iPhone factory, then we will give you $3 or $4 million to come here. Okay, we will give you some money to establish this factory here. We will give you free land to establish this factory here. We'll give you free water to establish this factory here. We'll give you free electricity to establish this factory here. Okay, so these kinds of incentives the government might give to factories to attract these factories to come here. And the reason why politicians support that is, and the politician can say, see, I was a mayor from 2024 to 2028. In that 4 years, I got iPhone to come and start a factory here. Okay, and then after 4 years, he'll say iPhone came and 2,000 jobs were created, and such a big factory has been set up in Patna. Therefore, I'm a good leader, and now I'm going to try to be the chief minister of Bihar. And he'll tell all the people that, all the voters, that because I did such a good job in Patna and got this iPhone factory here, you must allow me to become the chief, you must vote for me to become the chief minister of Bihar. Okay? So they will do that. This kind of strategy that often politicians use to attract people, attract companies to a city where their voters are, there is a name for this. It's called smokestack chasing. Okay, why smokestack? Generally, politicians are trying to get factories. Factories will have chimneys, smoke coming out of the chimneys, and if there are 3 or 4 chimneys, it's called a smokestack. So politicians often engage in smokestack chasing. And there are some benefits to it, but there are some negatives to it as well. So they are chasing these smokestacks. Politicians will go make some statements on why this is very good. Patna is very good, and therefore you should establish an iPhone factory. They'll go to before the company executives and say, please come here and we'll give you all these things. And then finally they get this. iPhone factory comes to Patna. Okay, and city has given them free land, 100 acres of free land, promised them 10 years free water, 10 years free electricity, so that this factory comes here. And the factory often has lots of smoke coming out. Okay, iPhone factory might not have, but some other factory might have lots of things. So you have attracted some jobs, but at the same time, the amount of pollution in the city has really gone up, and so therefore people's health is going down because of this new factory that you were successful in getting. And there are many strategies that have been tried in different countries to get factories to a particular city or to a particular state, and these are some of them. I know you guys are not into economic development so much, so I won't focus on these too much, but if you want to discuss, I'll discuss this later on, okay, over lunch or something, I'll discuss this. But I'm going to give you an example of why smokestack chasing is not a good thing. It's how not to do economic development. Okay, and as planners and policy makers, you guys will have the opportunity to push back against politicians, if you can, on when politicians come and engage in smokestack chasing. So I'm going to give you this example from BMW is a car company, right? It's a car company. and they were looking for establishing a new factory in a state called South Carolina in the US. Okay. Now, till the 1990s, most of car manufacturing in the US was done in two states called Michigan and Ohio. They are in the north center of the country. Okay, most of the Ford factory is there. Many of them, all the car companies used to be there. South Carolina is not near that. It's very, very far away. It's a distance between Delhi and Bangalore. Okay, and so all the concentration of car companies was in this northern states. BMW is a German car company, and they were thinking of setting up a new factory in the US, their first factory in the US. So generally, when a company is setting up a first factory, they should go to where existing car manufacturing is happening. So they should go to these states where car manufacturing is happening, because they will get labor that has that is trained, and also all the supply chains, bringing all the material for manufacture of the cars, and all the infrastructure that is needed to assemble cars, all the infrastructure that is needed to take assemble cars and sell them different places, are all available in existing manufacturing centers. This state had never manufactured cars. Okay, so it's like saying, which are the major vehicle manufacturing places in India? I think it's Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, right? That's where vehicle manufacturing happens. But let's say BMW is coming to set up a factory in India, and Bihar says, set it up in Bihar. Okay, Bihar has never had car manufacturing, and BMW is considering coming to Bihar, and the politicians in Bihar are giving BMW so much of money to set up a factory in Bihar. Okay, so it's similar to that. South Carolina is not an industrial state, and does not have the skilled labor, has never manufactured cars. So that's what's happening here. So BMW said, over 5 years, we'll invest $645 million US in building up this infrastructure. We will create 5,400 high-paying jobs. But in exchange, you, the state, have to give us some discounts. Okay? And the state said, okay, we'll reduce your income tax. In US, I don't know if it's in India, the same as in India, but in US, states have an income tax also. Okay? In India, I don't think states have an income tax. But so the state said, we will reduce the state income tax for the company from 6.5% to 5%. That's a big incentive. Then the state said, we'll give you $145 million to help you set up the factory. The total, BMW is providing 645. The state said, we'll give you $145 million, which works out to $25,000 per job generated they were giving to the company, okay, to bring the company here. Then, as part of that, the $155 million is $30 million to buy the land. The state is giving the company so much money to buy the land. The state is spending so much of money to make the roads for the project. The state is providing free housing in the state for company executives, okay, to attract the company. And then the state also expanded an airport to accommodate big jets that would come, so people can be here. And then the state said, we will give you free water or discounted water worth $50 million for 20 years. Okay? And also, we'll give you $1,500 per employee as tax incentive each year. Okay? So lots of money that was being given to the state, to BMW by the state. So the problem with this is, first, these kinds of incentives. Why is the state giving this incentive? The state is giving this incentive because they want those jobs, right? They want those jobs there. Even though it is not a manufacturing center for cars, the politicians there want to claim that they brought this BMW factory, and now there are so many people who have these jobs, and they bring them there. So often these numbers are very, very large. They are very, very large, and they are a big drain on a state's economy. Okay, the state is giving away, or the city is giving away a lot of money in the hope that this economic growth will bring in lots of money. Okay, but they're giving all this money in upfront, and what happens is often after about 10 of so these incentives were given for, let's say, 10 or 20 years, right? What happens is, after 10 or 20 years, this company says, thank you very much for giving us all these incentives. Now we are going someplace else, some other place. So all this money that the state and city have given is actually all wasted. Okay? And so they are going away to some other place. Now the state has already given them all this money. The city has given them all this money. There is no way that they can take this money back. Okay? So it is all wasted money. And generally what happens is the politicians know, when the politicians are giving this money, they know that after 10 or 15 years, this company might go. And when the company goes, all the money that they've given them is actually wasted money. But why does the politician do it? The politician is there for 5 or 10 years in the city. And in the 5 or 10 years, he wants to show that he has brought this factory. After showing that the factory is there, he wants to go from the city to the state level, city politics to the state politics, or state politics to the national politics. And once he goes from the city to state or state to national, after that he doesn't care what happens to the economy of the place where he gave these incentives. Okay? But who should push back against that? Bureaucrats and technocrats like you and I. Okay, we should say, well, this is not a sustainable model. This company will go and all this money will be gone. Right? We should use this information and share this. Okay. Now, and there are many such examples where states have given this money, cities have given this money, and this is all, two of these examples are for car companies. One of the examples is for an airline company to build a base. Cities and states gave them lots of money to come there, and after 4 or 5 years, the company said, we are going someplace else, some other place. And when they're going to some other place, BMW left that city after 10 years. And BMW's, when they were going, they announced, BMW announced, we are moving from the state to some other state. We are trying to see which state would be a good state to go to. And you know what happens? Some other foolish state gives them this kind of money. They have seen that they have taken all the money from this place and they are leaving the place, but some other foolish state gives them the money to go there. Why? Because there are politicians there who see that, okay, the politician in that old state, he climbed so much based on this factory. I'm going to waste the citizens' money, I'm going to waste the state's money, but it will improve my political career, and they do that. Okay? So, remember the example of Manoj and Mohan yesterday? Manoj was the taller guy, right? And Mohan was the shorter guy. So, what's happening in this case is, someone is saying that Mohan can be very good at plucking coconuts. Okay? And giving some incentives to Mohan to try to pluck coconuts. That's not a sustainable way of doing economic development. States and cities have to identify their comparative advantages and focus on those. If they don't identify their comparative advantages and focus on those, they have to give incentives to these companies. And once the incentives are not worth much, once the company says, okay, we've extracted as much as we could from these incentives, we are now going to go, because it generally doesn't make sense for us to be located here. Okay? So you and I, as planners, as technocrats, whenever such crazy proposals come, we should start saying some things about these proposals. That you are trying to get Mohan, the short guy, to pluck coconuts. There's a problem. It's not sustainable. We need to figure out, if we are going to give some incentives, we should actually give it to Manoj to pluck more coconuts, rather than trying to get Mohan to pluck coconuts. Okay? And many such examples, even from my state. I'm from the state of Iowa. We have given Microsoft, in my state, we gave Microsoft $46 million to set up 3 data centers. Microsoft is a approximately $1 trillion company, okay? Amazon is a $1 trillion company. In terms of economy, let's say India is a $4 trillion economy. Amazon as a company is about 1/4 the size of India. Microsoft is almost about 1/4 the size of India as economy. They don't need these incentives. They don't need $46 million from my state to set up a data center. But you know why there are many states saying, come to my center, I'll give you 46. It's like telling a rich person, a person who has lots of money here, take some money to come to my house. If the rich person doesn't mean mine, but someone is foolish enough to offer that money, the person is taking it and coming. Okay, so these kinds of incentive-based developments generally don't work very well. So my state was very stupid. My state was very stupid to give Microsoft money. And actually I could go into some more details, but now the reason why, the economic reason why sometimes these things work out. Sometimes these things work out, okay, when you attract a company. Sometimes these work out. Once you bring a new car company like BMW into a state where there was no car manufacturing before, once you bring that in, it is possible that agglomeration economies develop. Remember we talked about agglomeration economies? So maybe there will be a new factory that makes only wheels for cars, and they will now locate in that state near the BMW factory, because they can take the wheels and send it to the BMW factory, but they can also make more wheels and send it to other car manufacturing companies in other parts of the country. And as they become bigger and bigger, scale economies develop. Agglomeration economies and scale economies develop. And as those economies develop, there'll be more and more people who have jobs. And as more and more people have jobs, there'll be lots more development happening. There will, as the population increases, that city where the factory is, it will start hitting threshold population for more goods and services. So more goods and services will be made available, and the population of the city would grow, and then the city will get some more municipal revenues. The city will be a much better place. There'll be more sales happening. Sales tax revenue will come from the city and the state, and all the money that the city invested in attracting these people, that money can be recouped. The city can make that money back in exchange for this economic development. But that happens in 1 in 20 or 1 in 25 cases. Okay. Generally, politicians are buying politicians are buying a lottery ticket with your money, with the citizens' money. They are buying a lottery ticket that costs 30, 40, 50, $100 million, so lakhs and lakhs of rupees, and hoping that this thing happens. But if it happens, good. If it doesn't happen, he's going to be gone. In the short term, he'll show that he got this factory here, and if it's successful and these things happen, he'll say that in the long term also this was so successful. Therefore, I'm such a great guy, and therefore elect me as this chief minister or elect me as the prime minister, right? So that's what they do. Okay, but what happens is that these things don't work out. The agglomeration economies start crumbling when that factory goes. The scale economies don't really develop. When the company leaves, sometimes property taxes will go down, sales tax revenue will go down, and the city is stuck with the loans that it has to pay. So it's like someone took a loan, like like for example, I have a job now, and if I take a loan to buy some big car or something like that, where the monthly payment is very, very high, right? And then 6 months later I lose my job. Then I can't make the monthly payments, right? So the city becomes like that. Cities are financial entities. They take loans, they have to pay back the loans. But when they take the loans to make the roads and make the water supply system, expand the airport and all that, they're hoping that they'll have income from the expanding economy of the place. When the company goes and the economy does not expand, they don't have money to pay back the loans. Okay? And in India, sometimes if a city is in bad shape, the state will give some money, or the federal government can give some money. But all that is changing. Okay, in the next 10 or 20 years, you'll see that the federal government is, regardless of who's in power. Okay, this is how economies evolve. As India becomes a stronger economy, you will see that the federal government will be giving lesser and lesser money to the states and to the cities. Cities and states will have to manage on their own, and that's good, and it's a good thing, because then cities and states will have to think before they try to get a factory in. Okay, they will have to think about comparative advantage. They'll have to decide which of these factories are really Manoj's and which of them are Mohan's, and we should support Manoj's and not Mohan's. Okay, for plucking coconuts, which is a good thing, and that's how economies will evolve. But right now, not many cities have, the state and the federal government is giving them some cover, but that will change. Also, there are different kinds of factories, different kinds of economic activities, right? Non-agricultural economic activities. Manufacturing activities, once they come there, they can be there for some time. But service sector activities, such as insurance, real estate, they can easily move from one city to another city. So when cities try to get these activities, manufacturing activities can be there for some time, but service sector activities can go to other places too. So, why do politicians champion or support smokestack chasing? There are immediate economic benefits. There is some electoral gratification, electoral benefits, and remember I shared the story about the creation of Silicon Valley. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Yesterday. It takes a long time to happen, 20, 30, 40 years. Politicians can't do it over 20 or 30 or 40 years, right? They want to do some immediate results, then they can show to people, and then they can move forward and progress in their political career. True sustainable economic development comes from either looking at the existing comparative advantages or creating Silicon Valley-like comparative advantages over a period of time. Okay, that's true sustainable economic development. And the readings that you had test these models out. I will ignore them because it's too econ friend. So, what is the role of government in local economic development? The role of a government, city government or a state government in local economic development is to correct market failure. Okay, markets sometimes don't function well. Often markets will focus on giving money to Mohan to try to pick coconuts. Okay, markets will try to do that. And so government should step in and say, you know what, markets, the economic market in the city or the state, don't try to give more money to Mohan. Instead, try to give more money to Manoj. Manoj is the one who's getting the coconuts, so let's try to give money to Manoj. So the role of local government is to correct market failure. One is that role. The second role of of the government is to create sustainable economic development. Create conditions where over time comparative advantages would be developed. Like in Silicon Valley, it was two entrepreneurs, Hewlett and Packard. It does not have to be entrepreneurs like that. It could be the government that creates this environment. Over a period of time, it invests in certain kind of skill building. It provides certain kind of amenities. It provides certain kinds of services. So over a period of time, one area gets to be known as this really cool place for manufacturing, let's say, cars. Okay? So, for sustainable economic development, the key things to understand is to identify which the comparative advantage that a city or a state has compared to other cities and states. To identify that, and then to specialize in industries that take advantage of that comparative of the comparative advantage. Okay. Second, comparative advantage can be created. Though it takes a very long time, comparative advantage can be created. Again, like going back to the example of the city of Silicon Valley. Incentive-based growth is like buying a lottery ticket. Giving a company some money to come there is like buying a lottery ticket. Sometimes, when you buy a lottery ticket, there's a chance of succeeding is very, very small. When you use an incentive-based approach, then what happens is you're basically buying a lottery ticket. And then this is something that I hadn't gotten into. Industries can be divided into two kinds, basically: basic industries and non-basic industries. In any basic activities and non-basic activities. Basic activities are activities that bring in money from outside, okay, the city. And non-basic activities are activities that do not bring in money from outside. So I'll give you an example. NIT is a big educational institution in Bihar, right? Yeah, and most people who are students at NIT, NIT Patna, are not necessarily from Patna. They are coming from all over the state, maybe outside the state also. Is it possible they're coming from outside the state also? Yeah. So, students at NIT Patna, they pay a fees, right? They pay fees. And generally the fees they are paying from their private resources, right?
Yes.
And it's fairly, it's a big fee, right? It's not highly discounted. Not high. They're paying a reasonable, it's a sizable fee. So, people from, let's say, UP, students from UP might be coming to NIT Patna, right? And when students from UP come to NIT Patna, and their parents living in UP are paying fees to NIT Patna, that's a basic industry that grows the economy of Patna. Because NIT Patna is doing lots of economic activities here, right? Any institution has an economic impact. And when this money comes in from outside the state, it grows Patna's economy, okay? But for NIT Patna to exist, there has to be water supply to the institution, like there has to be some sewage disposal system. There has to be adequate policing so students and faculty feel safe, right? Those are non-basic industries, okay? Those are non-basic. The municipal water that is provided is a non-basic one because it does not bring in money from outside. So all these non-basic sectors are important so that it attracts the basic sector. So if there's not enough water at NIT campus, then maybe if students had a choice between NIT Patna and NIT Surat, they might go to NIT Surat, okay? And if the situation on campus was not very safe, right, on NIT Patna campus was not very safe, then students who get admission to NIT Patna would say, well, it's not very safe to go to NIT Patna because it's lots of crimes happening at NIT Patna, so we'll go to NIT Surat, where they've heard that things are safe, okay? So even though these non-basic sectors do not bring in much money, they are very crucial for the basic sector to operate, okay? Now, okay. Now, to understand the local economy, there are a few things to look at, and maybe I'll just share this with you, and then after that we'll break for lunch. Okay? So this is probably the last, one of the last things about economy. I know it's boring, but it's very crucial. So I'll just explain this last bit, and after that we'll take a break, and we probably will not get back to economics for a long, long time. Okay? So supposing there is a city in West Bengal, okay, And West Bengal has got some hilly areas, right, in northern West Bengal. And let's say there are some hill stations in these hilly areas. And in these hill stations, people go for tourism, right? They can just go there to enjoy and relax for some time. And let's say the name of the town is X. And in this X town, tourism is supposed to be the, it's got lots of opportunity that really helps this become a very, very good tourist place. Okay? So, it's got this huge potential for tourism. And now as a planner, you need to identify whether this potential for tourism is really being utilized and whether the city has developed its potential as a touristy place. Okay? And there's a way to do that, and that way is by looking at this thing called location quotient. And here's, in broadly, here's what it is. Let us say in India, 2% of the total population is employed in tourism. Okay? The whole country, 2% of the population is employed in tourism. Now, in many parts of India do not have any tourism potential, right? So 2% is the average for the entire country. But in this town X in West Bengal, which has got tourism potential, you would expect that of the total number of people employed in that town, more than 2% should be employed in tourism. Okay, it could be 4%, it could be 6% or 8%. But so you look at the numbers, you look at, you do a survey and find out how many people in this town are employed in the tourism sector. And you find that only 1% of the population is employed in the tourism sector. So here is this town, which has got all these beautiful scenic spots, nice weather, nice views, and only 1% of the population of the cities of town X is engaged in tourism. Whereas for the country as a whole, 2% is employed in tourism. That means the city is not taking advantage of its tourism potential. So as an urban planner or planner looking to expand the city, concerned about the welfare of the people in the city, one of the first things you should be doing is identifying what are the problems that are preventing the tourism sector in this town from expanding and employing at least 2%, but should be more than 2%, right? 2% is for the country. So in this town, maybe 4 or 5% of the population should be engaged in tourism, in the tourism sector. So do an in-depth analysis of what are the drawbacks, what are the problems that are preventing this city from really expanding and becoming more, more focused on tourism. Okay? And then try to put in place policies that will help expand the tourism sector. And this is the stuff about basic and non-basic industries. So, okay, I've shared lots of economic concepts and I've shared about things in different countries. So let me just stop here and ask you, like, do you have any questions? I know there was a lot of economics, so I understand that this is probably a bit boring and maybe outside what you generally discuss. But this is really important, okay? Cities are economic entities. We can't just be talking about the beauty of the city. We'll talk about the beauty of the city. But it's really not important. The beauty of the city, is secondary if the city does not, have enough money. If the city is not functioning. You and I can come up with a nice, beautiful plan to make a city a wonderful place. But the municipal government does not have money to do it. So nothing will happen to our plans. Right? Our plans will be just there. And that's what's happening in many, many cities, as you've seen, right? Where town planners have been making beautiful plans for how to make this city better and a beautiful place. But they haven't done enough economic analysis. And therefore, the plans are just there. 20 years later, when you come back, the plan is still there and the city is still looking the same way. Okay? So that's why I'm sharing some of these ideas, because I want you to think differently and think more comprehensively about these issues. Okay, Any questions, comments? Okay, let's take a break for lunch then, 12:45, and we'll come back at 1:45. Okay?
This marks the end of this session, and all the participants and guests are requested to proceed for lunch, and we will meet at 1:45 again. Refresh yourself, network with fellow participants, and be back here for further sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, that's when people do internet because people have been doing town plans in India for a long time. 30 years later, none of the plans have been implemented. Because we as planners are not looking at the overall picture, the economic base of the city. They will listen to you. Good, good, good. It's boring stuff. How are you? let's talk about this. Okay? I want to not to get like this. I want to really devote time to it. Okay? Because I really. So tomorrow, after the session is over, 3:30 or 3:45, you and I can sit down, either here or in the guest house. We can sit down and discuss. But we'll sit down and discuss. Okay. Tomorrow we'll discuss. So you explain your part, you share a little bit with me, but just remind me again and we'll talk again.
यार ऐसा रहता है ना तो उसको बुला लो कि मेरे वाला स्टाफ को बुलाओ वो यहाँ रहेगा तुम रहेगा ना छोड़ दो वो गार्ड नहीं का पता नहीं ये रहेगा और यानी कि हम वहाँ से बुला लेते हैं फिर उसको फोन नहीं तो सुनो ना मेरा स्टाफ है वहाँ पे वो आ जाएगा तो तुम उसको बुला लें क्या फिर 2 बजे स्टार्ट होगा 2 बजे और कर दीजिएगा
So you're coming for lunch? Okay.
Company. I'm just going to see that some participants in politics.
Okay, good.
So let me have the
Still, it was not very good. The quality was
I will see that happens. देखते हैं क्या कर रहा है
अरे गंदा खाना खिला रहा है आपको आपको गंदा खाना दे रहा है साइन करने के लिए हाँ
Busy people so important. सच में एकदम अनाउंस मिस्टर कॉल पे था
तो बाद में आके साइन करके रहना नहीं मुझे बोलिए 3 दिन से एक ही शर्ट एक ही पैंट पहन के आ रहा तो मंडे से
मंडे से ही चल रहा
नहीं मेरा वो दूसरा शर्ट लेट्स गो
We came back early because we wanted to see the situation there, and we found it quite good. Thanks.
It was good. 2 days was good. Yeah, yesterday also I didn't.
Now we have one more update. That Meenakshi, she is suggesting us to in order to go to Bodh Gaya, it would be better if we would go by our own vehicle. She said that road is now improved, right?
We just have a little bit of a problem near Parsa.
1 or 2 kilometers.
1 or 2 kilometers, but after that you have NH22 falling directly on NH2.
Okay.
You
You think you're taking a train or something, right?
I was thinking to take the Vande Bharat because I don't know, you have not been to Vande Bharat. This is the new, the Urbanism.
Yeah.
They have introduced the new.
Yeah.
The price is little higher side from the Indian resident perspective, but it's faster. I like the train which take you to that faster.
Oh.
We need to get down and
take taxi
then
from
we
there.
take the train.
From station we have to take taxi as well.
So now it depends on you.
Okay.
Which one would you prefer?
My preference between a car and a train is always a train.
But in order to take the service of the train, we need to have a car there.
Okay, I'll ask my husband sir today. Let me find out.
Acha, you just ask if it can be arranged, then we can have the Vande Bharat. Otherwise,
Sir, ma'am, and we can do it. And there's people we can take a. How many people? Everybody of us or
No,
only
no,
sir?
no,
Only sir, na?
sir only probably Bittu and his wife.
Okay. And then one of us can do an Ola and the other person because I most probably one.
You
car
just
will-
ask, don't ask him to take a lot of pain because if easily it can be arranged, it's okay. Otherwise, we are.
You will take a car from.
Our car is not being used, so we want to use that out. See,
Sir, you
we
take
have
that to Nalanda, I would say. But
yeah, we are
luckily
going.
train is
We have purchased and after that we have not used it.
Nalanda ke liye
So
हम
who
take
used it in the sense that for the vacation purpose and all. She is using from here to go to Gaya, Ara and come back. So we are seeing this an opportunity. And that I have also taken because of the environmental concern. We have taken the hybrid one.
Okay,
We
good.
have not gone into the fully fossil fuel.
Good, that's much better.
I wanted to buy that the fully battery one because before that I was in Shanghai and I happened to be in the Tesla car. I found it quite
It's good, but
efficient enough to give you the feel of the fossil fuel.
But you'll need 20 more years to buy that in India, sir, because you have charging stations everywhere.
Yeah, they have the charging
In
station.
India, you
They
don't
don't
have
have they don't have even problem to keep where they because they have put a system into place. And she was the professor in University of Pennsylvania. And she came back, she was a Chinese, she came back in Fudan. Fudan University is one of the top 5 universities.
Yeah, my son spent 6 months at Fudan.
Fudan, that's a very good university.
Yeah.
So she told ki Surrender, you might be having a lot of difficulty here. Let's have the dinner together today, the vegan dinner. She also find it a little bit difficult because I wanted to go to the Chinese restaurant to have the vegan food. She told me ki Indian restaurant, no. If you are there, then I will go to the Chinese. She was having a lot of difficulty. Which one is does not contain. So we will see that.
Good.
The only advantage would be from back door to door.
Door to door.
finalize.
Let her finalize things, yeah.
Sir, what you want to use your car, you can take it to Nalanda, and from there we can plan for that.
It can be arranged easily.
Yeah, at least let me try once. If it is available easily, then we can
Otherwise,
do
we
that.
will go by.
No issue. All the options.
एसीओ खुलवाए थे एसीओ कर दिया है क्या अभी
क्या अभी हम आए तो हमको नहीं दिखा पता
नहीं अभी से बात किया हूँ एसी ऑन कर दिया ना तो अपने से मत देखो
नहीं ऑन नहीं हुआ
नहीं हुआ ना इसीलिए गर्मी थोड़ा लग रहा है
location quotient that we can identify where we need to improve and all of that.
Right.
So if we know and if we compare and we have the data, then how do we go about it? Like what implementation of this understanding, how it should be materialized or how it should be taken care of, that
Yeah.
we reach this, we fill this gap which is happening.
Yeah. It's a good question. I'll start by answering the question. Once we start the session, I'll start by answering the question.
That's the link, sir.
Huh?
That's the video link.
Yeah, that's a video link. Yeah, this is, I'm going to show it after a while. But for a lot of the discussion, I'm going to not use the PowerPoint.
I only said I think 2 o'clock.
Yeah, you said 2 o'clock, that's it.
So we have 3 minutes time.
Yeah, we'll wait.
I said, but I did not remember that. So I was in a hurry to come. It will start. I would have taken a little bit more time.
और उसको भी सर आपने एसी वाले को भी सर आपने बोला 2 बजे स्टार्ट करें.
हाँ भैया आ जाइए, AC ऑन कर दीजिए. हाँ.
So mic is working.
No, it should be open. I haven't turned it on yet. Just waiting. Are we ready to start the session? Or should we wait till 2 o'clock?
So it's 1 minute left.
1 minute. Will we start when the AC is not on? We should start. Okay. Fine, let's start.
So could you like check?
So, welcome back everyone, and now we'll proceed for our second round of lectures. I welcome Jerry sir to come and overtake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can hear me, right? Thank you very much. Okay. We discussed location quotients just before the lunch break, and I've got a question from the audience. Like, how do we use this information? How do we use this information as a planner? So let me respond to that question and by using some examples. So the idea of a location quotient is to understand whether a particular city is really taking advantage of its comparative advantage in growing the economy. Okay, so that's the concept behind a location quotient, and to identify whether it is taking advantage or not. Okay, so let's take a city that many of you are familiar with, and we were just discussing a minute ago. It is there. Discussing a minute ago. And so many of you are from Bihar, and you've heard of the city called Bodh Gaya, right? So some of you have been to Bodh Gaya, some of you live in Bodh Gaya.
I'm staying there.
You live in Bodh Gaya. Okay. So what is the main economic engine of Bodh Gaya? Tourism. Okay. So what is the population of the city?
It's not a city yet, still a Nagar Panchayat. I think approximately 11 or 12,000.
12,000 people. Okay. So 12,000 people including women, children, everything. So let's say about 60% of the 12,000 people are in working age population. Okay. Well, let's forget the numbers. I don't want to get into calculations. So it is primarily based on tourism, right? India as a whole has many tourist spots. Bodh Gaya is a tourist spot, and Nalanda is a tourist, maybe a tourist spot. Nalanda ruins might be a tourist spot. So there are many such tourist spots, and you can get information from the census on how many people in India are employed in the tourism sector across the country. Okay, and you will also get information on how many people in India are employed across all the sectors, informal, formal. You'll get that information. So you divide the information and find out how many people. First, you find out how many people in India are employed in the tourism sector, and let us say that proportion is 5%. Okay, people employed in tourism in India, formal or informal, divided by the total number of people employed in India, formal and informal sector, and the proportion you get is 5%. Okay. Then you get this. You do a survey, or you'll get information from the census, depending on if you have census counts for Bodh Gaya. You will get information on how many people are working in Bodh Gaya and how many people are working in the tourism sector in Bodh Gaya. So you take the number of people who are in the tourism sector in Bodh Gaya and divide it by the number of people who are working in Bodh Gaya and across all sectors. And let us say that proportion is 3%. Okay? Now in India as a whole, the proportion of people working in the tourism sector is 5%. And in Bodh Gaya, which is supposed to be a tourist spot, we find from our data analysis that only 3% of the population is working in the tourism sector, which means there is a problem in the tourism sector. So either the city has to concentrate on improving the tourist infrastructure, or the city has to focus on attracting private investment in the tourist sector, or the state government has to provide some funding to expand the tourist sector in Bodh Gaya, because Bodh Gaya has this comparative advantage in the tourism sector, and yet only 3% of the population is engaged in tourism. So likewise, let's take another city. Let us take, let's say, Calcutta. And many of you are familiar with Calcutta, right? Calcutta is a port city. It's got a major port. And lots of things are happening at the port, right? What's the name of the port? Diamond Harbour? Is it Diamond Harbour? What's the name of the port? Diamond Harbour, okay. And so it's a big port. Bombay is a big port. Gujarat has a big port. And there are many such big ports, but there are also many small ports also, right? So let's say India has 200, 300 ports, let's say. So from the Indian census, you can get information on what proportion of the population in India is engaged in port-related jobs. Okay? And so the census will provide this information. How many people are engaged in port-related jobs? And then so you look at the number of people employed in all the ports in India. And then you look at the number of people employed all over the country in India. And let's say the proportion is 2%. 2% of all the employees, everyone working in India, formal and informal, is employed in some way in a port-related activity. In Bombay, in Gujarat, in Karnataka, and Kerala, Tamil Nadu, everywhere along the sea coast, 2% of the population is engaged as a whole, collectively is engaged as a whole. Then you look at, either by special surveys or from the census information, look at what proportion of the population that works in Calcutta is engaged in port-related activities. Okay? So, so you look at how many people, let's say 100 people in Calcutta, I'm just making up the numbers, 100 people in Calcutta are employed in port-related activities, and all the workers in Calcutta are, let's say, 20,000. Okay? And so you divide that. So you find that 100 divided by 20,000 is what? 0.5? Let's say 0.5%. I don't know, let's say 0.5%. So 0.5% divided by, 0.5 is the proportion of people in Calcutta that are working in the port industry. But across the country, 2% of the population is working in the port industry. And Calcutta is supposed to be a natural harbor. So it should have more than 2% of the population engaged in the port industry. But it has only 0.5. So therefore there are some problems. And so as a planner you have to investigate, as a policy maker you have to investigate why is that a problem. And some of the problems might be under the control of planners. Okay? And so and some of the problems might not be under the control of planners. For example, maybe the port sector in Calcutta is not expanding because there have been lots of trade union activity. And maybe that is perhaps negative. I'm not saying it's negative, maybe that's one of the causes. So the sector has not expanded much, whereas in other ports in India, maybe there's not so much of trade union activity. And so they've been able to expand. Okay? That is something that might not be under planners' control. But supposing it is not about trade union, but it's because the port sector has not really been encouraged. The infrastructure for port activity is not very strong. Maybe the roads leading up to the port are not very good, or the roads leading up to the port get submerged by floods. Every time there is monsoons in Bengal, the roads leading up to the port get submerged. So you really can't have year-round port activity. And that might be the reason that only 0.5% of the city's population is engaged in port-related activities. So that might be something that planners have some control. Planners can suggest a different kind of road network, or planners can suggest some ways in which the road network can be protected during case of floods. Because having a natural port and having less than 0.5% of the population there employed in the port industry shows that Calcutta is not using the comparative advantage that it has of having a port to its fullest extent possible. And by expanding the physical infrastructure for the port and the road infrastructure to use the port, you can increase the economy of the city and make it a much more livable place. And in the process, you can help some people, a few people get jobs, you can reduce the number of poverty and number of people living in poverty, and therefore you can address social justice issues, which is the third stool of sustainability, right? So you can address those issues as well. So that's one way of using this location quotient. And one can actually do the location quotient at different points in time. You can go back to census information, the older census information, and see in Calcutta, is that, or in Bodh Gaya, in 1970, how much of the population was engaged in the tourism industry compared to the rest of the country? In 1980, so the census is in 81, right? So 1981, 1991, 2001, 2011, has that proportion changed relative to the country changed? And is the change positive or negative? If the change is positive, it's good. Bodh Gaya is catching up to its potential, its comparative advantage. If the change is negative, then there is a serious problem. And if that is the only sector of the economy, the biggest sector of the economy, then people of Bodh Gaya and people concerned about Bodh Gaya should do something about the tourism sector in Bodh Gaya. So that was a good question from the audience. Any other questions from the audience about the location quotient? Is the concept clear? The math is very simple. The data is there. The data is there. And most people in many countries, even in India, don't use that. It's a very simple way of analyzing the economy of a place. And you as planners can make a huge difference. Any other questions about location quotient? Okay. Then I want to spend some time talking about basic industry versus non-basic industry. I mentioned that a little bit in passing before the lunch break. So all industries can be classified. Now there are various ways of classifying industries, but one of the ways in which industries can be classified is basic versus non-basic. Basic industries are the industries that grow the economy of a city or a state. Why? Because they bring in money from outside the state into the state. Okay? So, as planners, whenever you are looking at any particular city and you want to reduce poverty, you want to have people have a better quality of life, or you want the city to have more money to build the roads, to build the bridges, to build the parks, you want to grow the economy. Okay, so you have to look at how big is the basic sector of the economy and how the basic sector can be expanded. Okay, so let's spend some time discussing this. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, NIT Patna gets lots of people who are coming from outside the city of Patna to coming to study at NIT Patna, right? Now, if more than 50% of the student population of NIT Patna is coming from outside Patna, then most of the money that is generated in tuition revenue at NIT Patna, it's coming from outside Patna. So, if we look at the economy of the city of Patna, NIT Patna is a basic industry. And as NIT grows, as more number of students grow, and the proportion of students coming from outside Patna continues to be above 50%, NIT Patna is going to help the city of Patna grow because it's bringing money from outside. Okay? Now, let us say NIT Patna, because it has lots of engineers, is also providing lots of support for startups in engineering. Okay, because there are lots of engineers graduating from NIT Patna and they might locate in Patna for a startup. So let's say they come up with a startup for making, let's say, biodegradable plastic water bottles from marigold flowers. Okay, they come up with this engineering technique and they come up with this. Then they start selling this product, biodegradable water bottle from marigold flowers, and a lot of people are buying it because it's sustainable. It's not plastic; it's sustainable. They're buying that, and as they start selling, the factory is located in Patna, and if they sell and most of their income comes from outside Patna, then as regards Patna, this factory is a basic industry. Okay, it brings in money. And then, the city could say, okay, this company, let's call this Clear company, you're doing a very good job, you're bringing lots of money from outside the city, Therefore, we'd like to support you. So they can, give them some money to expand their factory because there is a market demand for this. Now, as a planner, what you need to do is identify all the basic industries and then see which of the basic industries contribute more to the economic growth of the city. Okay, and I'll tell you how that works, okay? Now, the tuition money coming from students who are coming from outside NIT Patna is a basic industry. It helps Patna's economy grow. The money coming from water bottles sold outside Patna brings in money to Patna and also helps Patna's economy grow. Okay? But the growth facilitated by the money from the students might be different from the growth facilitated by the money from the water bottles. Okay, because the money from the water bottle enters the economy and flows through the economy in different ways. And there is a complicated process called input-output analysis. I won't put you to sleep with that, but there is a complicated process called input-output analysis by which you can analyze that. It's math, but you can see that. And the way by which the money that comes from students in NIT Patna flows through the economy in different ways. So this economy expanding effect of money coming from outside is called the base multiplier effect. Expanding the base, okay? And different types of basic industries have different base multiplier effect. So some industries have a base multiplier effect of, let's say, 1.6, which means if $1 increase in that industry, so if or 1,000 rupee increase in tuition revenue at NIT Patna, if the base multiplier effect of NIT Patna is 1.6, it means 1,000 rupees extra in tuition revenue at NIT Patna is going to expand Patna's economy by 1.6 into 1,000 rupees, 1,600 rupees. Okay. Let's say the base multiplier effect of water bottles is 3.0. What that means is 1,000 rupees coming in from outside Patna through the sale of water bottles will expand Patna's economy by 3 times 1,000 by 3,000. So as a planner, if you have limited resources and you are trying to decide, should we expand NIT Patna or should we expand the water bottle industry to expand Patna's economy, you would say water bottle industry. So as a planner, you can then make a decision and say prioritize that we must, given limited revenue, we should expand the water bottle industry. That is expanding Patna's economy more. And that will bring more prosperity. And more prosperity means more sales tax, more property tax, and the municipal corporation will have more revenue to build more parks and beautify the city that all of us as planners want the city to be. Okay? So this tool can give us this opportunity to so we need with these tools like identifying which is the basic sector and identifying this location quotient. So who calculates this location quotient and base multiplier effect? Census. Is there a Ministry of Commerce?
Yes,
A Central Ministry of Commerce, right? The Ministry of Commerce will calculate all these numbers. They would have these numbers. And it is provided, so we can use these numbers and as planners here. In all countries, they calculate it for the country. And in good states, if state has a Ministry of Commerce, the state Ministry of Commerce will also calculate it and say, well, maybe plastic water bottles have a 3.0 base multiplier effect in the rest of India, but in Bihar, it has a 4.0 multiplier effect for a variety of reasons. Well, the nature of the economy. So all these numbers, you and I don't have to calculate. The numbers are there. We are not using the numbers. Okay, so to strategize and grow the economy. Now, supposing, and this was I was working with some students at IIT Kharagpur 2 years ago, the students were preparing a comprehensive plan for Balasore in Orissa. Okay. And this client was the district collector of Balasore. the district collector is not an architect. He wants a city to grow and prosper. And he said, come up with a comprehensive plan that would help the city become better. Okay? And what are architects and urban planners doing? They are trying to see where should we plant the trees to make the city look better? Where should we remove the slightly bad looking buildings to make the city look better? Okay? And what does the what does the district collector want to do with that plan? Use it as, for firewood or burn, because it's useless to him. He wants to know how to grow Balasore's economy so he can have more income to run his operations. He wants more income to improve the water supply system. He wants more income to improve the sanitation system. He wants more income to widen the roads. Because the government is not giving Balasore, either the federal government or the state government is not giving Balasore that money. They are giving it to Bhubaneswar or they are giving it to Cuttack. Right? Balasore is a small place, no one is really caring about it compared to these two places. So the district collector really wants the urban planners to come up with a strategy to make his city much stronger. Now, if we say that here's how we grow the economy, and with that economy you can also plant the trees and do this, he will implement our plans. Otherwise, if we just say clean these streets, put the trees here and these avenues will look very good, the plan is useless to him. And that's why most of our plans that we make are completely useless. We are not telling the important people how to grow the city and make it a much better place. So we need to use these tools so that our plans for city beautification can actually happen, so that the water supply, so that the public transportation system that we want can actually be expanded. The water supply system can be expanded. Otherwise, Balasore and all of the cities are waiting for some local politician to become very prominent and give them some money. And if no local politician becomes prominent, there is no money and they're stuck. Okay? So as planners, we have to think beyond just beautifying the city. Let's think about growing the economy of the city. And then when we do that, our plans for beautifying the city and making it a better place will also, the district collectors will listen to us. They don't have this knowledge about how to plan for they are trying to get, as I mentioned earlier before lunch, they are engaging in smokestack chasing. They are going to different people and saying, please come and set up a factory here because we need some more jobs and we want to grow the economy. But it's like asking Mohan to pluck coconuts, as we discussed yesterday. So if we give this kind of information, district collectors will also listen to us, and they will be more inclined to accept our plans. Okay. Now, in the topic of basic sector, I want to introduce another topic. Okay. Scale matters. That is, at what scale are you analyzing this? So, like I said, a basic sector thing is, the basic sector of the economy is one that brings in money from outside that geographic unit. Okay? So, for Patna, if most of the students in NIT Patna are coming from outside Patna, more than 50% are coming from outside Patna, then NIT Patna is a basic industry for Patna. Okay? But is NIT Patna, is it a basic industry for the state of Bihar? Okay? And how do we determine that? Is more than 50% of the population at NIT Patna coming from outside Bihar? Maybe it is, I don't know. And if more than 50% of the student population at NIT Patna is coming from outside Bihar, then NIT Patna is a basic industry for the state of Bihar also. So the state of Bihar can say, we want to grow NIT Patna because it's a basic industry for the state and it's bringing in so much of income into the state from outside the state. Okay? Now, let's take at the India level. Is NIT Patna attracting students from outside India? Maybe there are one or two students, maybe 5% of the students are coming from outside India. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe it's more than 5, but I'm almost 100% sure that it's not more than 50%. Not more than 50%, so less than 50% of the students at NIT Patna are coming from outside India. Right? There might be 5-10% coming from outside India. So, at the national level, NIT Patna is not a basic industry because it's not bringing more money from outside India, not more than 50%. So you understand this notion of the scale at which you are doing the analysis makes a difference. So why are countries trying to export? They're trying to export because when they export, they bring in money from outside. And this money from outside is really what grows the economy. That's why countries are trying to export. And you don't want to export anything. You want to export whatever you have a comparative advantage in. When you export, when Manoj is plucking coconuts yesterday and exporting coconuts, his cost of producing coconuts is very low because he's very productive. That's his comparative advantage. And then if he can produce, he can export the coconuts, then he can really grow the economy. Okay? So as cities, within city planners and planners at the state level, we need to identify which of these sectors, which of the many industries within our city, within our state. And industries, and by industry I don't mean just manufacturing industry, but also service industry. NIT Patna is not a manufacturing industry, it's a service industry. Similar thing for healthcare. Okay, yesterday I was informed that this Patna Medical College is the largest medical college, one of the largest medical colleges in Asia. So it has lots of beds, lots of doctors, right? At the level of the city of Patna, do more than 50% of the patients at Patna Medical College come from outside Patna? Possibly. So at the level of the city, Patna Medical College is a basic industry. Now, is Patna Medical College a basic industry at the level of the state? For that, we have to look at whether more than 51% of the patients come from outside the state of Bihar. Actually, it's not the number of patients; it's the amount of money, like different procedures. Where does so more than 50% of patients? It's not really the patients; it's the money that makes the economy run, right? So, if more than 50% of the revenue for the from health, from operations and surgeries and doctor visits comes from people outside the state of Patna, then for this outside the state of Bihar, then for the state of Bihar, Patna Medical College is a basic industry. Okay? Is Patna Medical College a basic industry for India as a country? That would depend on whether more than 50% of the population coming to the medical college is from outside India or not. And I'm guessing that's not true. Right? So at India, at the national level, Patna Medical College is not a basic industry. At the state level, maybe Patna Medical College is a basic industry. And at the city level, definitely Patna Medical College is a basic industry. Okay? And so we as planners, we can analyze this and show this information. Then we can look at what is the, let's say Patna Medical College, what is the economic base multiplier effect of medical colleges? Okay? So the Ministry of Commerce will have some number for all of India. Medical colleges, 1,000 rupee expansion in medical college revenue will expand the local economy, let's say, by two times, 2,000 rupees. So it becomes 2,000 rupees. Okay. So as a planner, exploring ways of growing Patna's economy, one way to do it is invest 1 lakh rupees in expanding Patna Medical College, right? In some ways, and that will bring in more revenue. Let's say 1 lakh rupees revenue will come in from outside. That will expand Patna's economy by 1 lakh times 2, because the economic base multiplier is 2. Okay? But on the other hand, this plastic water bottle, remember the base multiplier effect is 3. So it will be better to expand Patna's economy, it will be better to invest 1 lakh rupees and try to get more income through selling of water bottles rather than expanding the medical college. Okay? So that will help us strategize and make decisions. As planners, we might be able to make the decisions, but we can actually provide this crucial information to the district collector or the district magistrate or the municipal commissioner, that rather than expanding the medical college, which is a big thing, let's expand the bottle manufacturing thing. That will expand the economy. Okay? Okay. Any other thought? Yes, sir.
Sir, how this 50% is coming? Is it by definition?
By definition, the majority should come from outside. That's why. So, majority coming from outside, it's primarily basic industry. It's better if it's 90% coming from outside, but the threshold is 50. Yeah.
40 will not.
40 will not be. It has to be at least 50. Yeah. And it could be 99%. That's good. More comes from outside, the better it is. 50 is the minimum threshold. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions and thoughts on this?
I think this is the way the China has developed.
Most countries do this. Most countries do this analysis of which sector of the economy they should invest in. Within cities, within states, and for the country. So China has decided that they'll make all these things and export it and bring money from outside. Right? And that's how they grew their economy from 1990 onwards. So they're a very strategic decision. Now, and they identified which sectors, they identify which of them have the greatest economic base multiplier effect. And they focused on that. So countries, states, cities that make strategic decisions like that will really prosper. And so sitting in Patna, as planners working in Patna, you might not be able to make a decision on what India should export outside. But you can definitely identify what should Patna do best to grow Patna's economy. You can do that. That's within your control. Maybe you have some say with, since Patna is the capital of Bihar, you have some say with decision makers in the state, and you can say how to grow the state. These are the things we should do. Okay? So you can make those decisions here using this information. And then once you become, very important planner, and you go to Delhi and become an important planner there in the ministry there, then you can help the national government decide what things to focus on. But right now you're in Patna and your sphere of influence is Patna. You can using this information, you can make a decision. Yes, sir.
Sir, we are also trying to get FDIs also in matter of getting outside investment in our economy as well.
Yeah.
That's also a part.
It is also a part. So when FDI, so you have two companies. Mohan's company plucking coconuts. Manoj is plucking coconut. Manoj's company plucking coconuts, and Mohan's company fishing. Okay. You are trying to bring FDI in to help Mohan set up a coconut plant. Okay. FDI investors will look at this and say, Mohan's comparative advantage is in fishing. Why should I invest in this initiative that the government is doing? They won't come here. So therefore, at the city level and at the state level, planners have to identify what are the comparative advantage of that city or the different cities compared to other cities in Bihar, and of Bihar compared to other states in India. And if planners can say that Bihar, the comparative advantage of Bihar compared to the other, 27, 28 states in India is this activity. And here's why. Okay? This activity and here's why. And then you go for FDI, you'll get FDI. Okay? So, I've been talking to the government of Chhattisgarh. Okay? About how to, basically teaching IAS officers from Chhattisgarh these same principles, what I'm sharing with you. How to identify what FDI to chase. They were saying like the minister wants a new iPhone factory. Okay? Why would Apple set up an iPhone factory in Chhattisgarh? Okay, it's not a very developed place. It's very difficult to get to. Okay? But what does Chhattisgarh have? Chhattisgarh has lots of wood. different kinds of wood. Now, wood is actually a sustainable resource. You can practice sustainable forestry. You can cut down wood, use it for products, reforest, and then make things again. And most of this forestry is actually managed by tribals. Chhattisgarh has a large number of tribals. So if you present Chhattisgarh's comparative advantage as wood and sell that to FDI investors will come. Rather than trying to say, FDI investors, come here to Chhattisgarh and set up an iPhone factory because we don't have an iPhone factory, no one is going to come. Right? So that's how you identify how to grow the economy, and then how to pitch the case for your city. Now, many of you, as planners in cities, perhaps your, the municipal commissioner or the district magistrate would say, might give you an opportunity to give advice on what kind of industry should we bring in there, right? And the district collector is probably thinking that other district has got an iPhone factory, we should also have an iPhone factory. You can use this information and say, look, they have an iPhone factory because of certain advantages, but what we need to do is, let's say it is a district of Bodh Gaya, I don't know which district Bodh Gaya, you can say, Bodh Gaya, we have Bodh Gaya in our district, and that's a tourism sector, and let's focus on getting FDI into tourism in Bodh Gaya. That will really expand our economy. Okay, others? Any questions or thoughts? I know this is different from what urban planners generally think about, okay, but this is really important to grow the profession and make it much more relevant. Otherwise, you'll be all designing these plans and none of them get implemented till some scheme comes along, right? Why is every city trying to become a smart city? To get some money to do these plans that they have been planning for the last 5 or 6 decades, and there's been no money. So every city is trying to be a smart city to get some money to do all these plans.
We don't have the economist planners.
Yeah, and therefore.
It's the architect planner who only planned that place.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm sharing some different concepts. With very simple concepts you can identify. You don't have to get an MA in economics. This data is available. You just need these simple concepts and you can identify what needs to be done. Okay, so yeah, it plays a vital role. So let me just take about 5 or 10 minutes to discuss another boring economic subject, okay? And that is municipal finances. Okay, I mean, most of you work in cities. Where does the money for cities come from? The cities, yes, you get smart city funding, yes. But how many cities will get smart city funding? What happens when the funding is gone? You have smart city in 2020 and that money will last for 5 years. After that, where is the money coming from to run your city? Okay, so cities get money from many different sources. One source of money is federal money that generally comes attached to some kind of federal scheme or attached to some federal project. So if through your city there is a national highway, then the national government will give some money to put the national highway which goes through your city. Okay, so one is that source of money. The second source of money is state money. So states will give some amount of money. There's a state highway. States sometimes will give some money for a water treatment plant. States sometimes will give some money for a sewage treatment plant, but not always. The third source of money is own source money. Money that is generated within the city. Okay? And cities in India are starting to think about this. Ahmedabad has been doing it for 3 decades. Surat has been doing it for 2 decades. Hyderabad has been doing it for 1 decade. So all of these cities are thinking about own source money. Rather than depending on, one day we'll have a politician who will become a chief minister from chief minister of, someone from Patna will become the chief minister of Bihar. And then he'll give us lots of money from state funding, and then we will put this road, we will expand this water supply system or sewer system. That's what most cities, most districts are doing right now. They're not looking at the potential within the source, own source potential. So what are the sources of income within a city? One is property taxes. Okay, and property taxes still about 2015, 2016 in India, property taxes was not really very well done. There was a methodology for collecting property taxes, but as you all remember, prior to 2015 or 2016, that was a major reform actually that the current government, national government brought about. Prior to 2014, 2015, the taxes are paid on the sale price of, let's say, a house. So Anil sells a house to me, right? The price of the house is 10 lakhs. So officially the price we agree is 2 lakhs. Okay, and in all documentation the price of the house is 2 lakhs, and 8 lakhs is plus 8 lakhs is unofficially exchanged. Okay, so what happens then is the city gets taxes based on 2 lakhs only. Okay, everyone knows, even the municipal commissioner, everyone knows that the actual price of the house is 10, because in this area no house sells for less than 10 lakhs. But officially you and I, you the seller and I the buyer, have agreed that we'll officially call it 2 lakhs so that the price of the houses, the taxes on the house, which will be every year, right, will be less. So it's not a one-time tax. It's every year there's a tax on the house. So we keep the number low so that the tax every year is low. And as a result, the municipality gets less money. So one of the reforms that this government did was to say that in different parts of the city, this will be the tax, for tax purposes, this will be the per square foot rate of the house. So you can say that it is 2 lakhs, but we are going to charge it at 10 lakhs. Okay, that's a very good system, because that then brings in more money to the municipality. Okay, and municipality has, because taxes are one way that municipality can pay for garbage collection, can pay for expanding the road, can pay for expanding the water treatment plant, expanding for the sewage treatment plant, without waiting for the federal government to give, the national government to give some money, which might never come or come 30-40 years later. So that's one way of doing it. Okay. The other way of doing it is the municipality can say, right now we do not have money to build this water treatment plant, but we will go to a bank. We will go to, let's say, to HDFC, and we will ask HDFC to give us 10 crore rupees to expand the water treatment plant. Okay, and to expand the water treatment plant, and we will issue bond. We will pay the money. Not bonds. We will pay the money from the property taxes that we get every year. We will pay the money to the bank to monthly installments. The city will pay the bank, and they get the money from the property taxes. They pay this money, and then they build the water treatment plant. Now, cities that have a good understanding of their finances and good documentation of their finances can do something else, and that is called issuing bonds. Okay, what is issuing bonds? So, which is a big Indian company? Name some big Indian company. Adani. Okay, Adani. Okay, Adani is a private company, right? No, do they have stocks and shares?
Yes.
They have stocks and. So, how much does a Adani stock sell for?
There are different types of stocks.
Okay, so like the.
On renewable energy and in power and electricity.
Okay, so Adani stock on power, Adani Power Company stock, how much does it sell for?
Around 1100.
1100 for a $10 for a 10 rupee.
No,
For
for Adani Green Energy right now is 1100 per stock.
per stock,
550
550
per stock.
per stock, and one stock the face value is 100.
That
Okay.
We are poor in economics and shares also.
Okay. Okay. So this creative financing is also something you can tell your mayor, municipal commissioner, or district magistrate. Okay. So if all your if your income and expense statements of the city are all in good shape, then you can say, we the city of Patna, this Hyderabad is doing it. Okay, Hyderabad is doing it. We the city of Patna are going to issue bonds, municipal bonds Patna municipal bonds. Okay? Each municipal bond is 1,000 rupees. Anyone can buy the bond. Okay? Anyone can buy this bond. And this bond, every year, will give you 5% dividend on the bond. So if you pay 1,000 rupees, if you buy one bond for 1,000 rupees, every year will give you 5%, 50 rupees. And this you can say you can say that this is a 10-year bond, which means at the end of 10 years we'll give you your 1,000 rupees back. But every year we're also giving you 50 rupees. Okay? So and lots of people will buy. People will buy depending on how much you're offering as interest. Lots of people will buy these bonds, and then the city will get this money, and with that money they can build this new water treatment plant. Okay, and every year from their property taxes or from more user fees from the water treatment plant, they can collect all this money and put it all together. At the end of 10 years, they've collected the money from different sources to give back to the people who have invested in the city. And so you can expand. In other words, cities can become financially independent. Like, how many of you today would rather live with money that you generate from your own skills and jobs? One option. Option two, you sit at home every day and you are hoping that your parents or grandparents are sending you a check. Okay, which option would you like to do better? The first one or the second one? But most Indian cities are doing the second one. Okay, they're sitting and they're waiting for the check to come from the state, from their father, or check to come from the national, from their grandfather. Okay, and that's why cities are having all these financial problems. Cities can start looking at this, just like you guys. If you just sit at home and say, I'm going to sit in this house and wait for a check from my father, you are not going to be very satisfied, you're not going to be very happy, and you're always going to be saying that I don't have enough money. So therefore cities have to start thinking about these things in India and generate own source revenue, and then the city can expand. One of the cities that is so prosperous today is Surat. Surat, most cities in India get about 70% of their budget, an annual budget, comes from outside city sources. Comes from the state government or the federal government. So most cities are waiting for the check from the father or the grandfather, okay? Only 30% is own source income. Surat, about 70 to 80% is own source income. So Surat once in a while goes and tries for some grant from the federal government or tries for some grant from the state government. If they don't get it, they're completely fine. If the state government or the national government were to say, we are not going to fund you anymore, Surat will say, thank you very much, we can survive without you. And so what I'm suggesting is that this is not some really impossible thing. Cities are doing it in India. Why can't Patna do it? Or why can't Bodh Gaya do it? Why can't some other city in Bihar do it? They can be done. Okay? So you don't have to wait from a check for from your father or grandfather.
From decades we are trying to get a special status only to get more funds from the
Exactly. So you're trying to convince your father that I'm your favorite child. Give me more money than the other child, right?
And similarly, we have the immense opportunity for agro-based industries.
Yes.
In Bihar.
Yeah.
And not a single industry has been put here.
Yeah.
From a long time, and some were established which are now closed.
Yeah.
So we are not going forward. I think that we are going more backward.
Right.
In this.
Maybe so. I don't know the numbers, but I totally believe what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Now I want to start discussion on a reading that you had 2 or 3 days to read. Okay? And that is a reading called Green Cities, Growing Cities, Just Cities. It's by Scott Campbell, and it's a highly influential paper. Very, very influential paper. Just like Tragedy of the Commons. Okay? Tragedy of the Commons is influential across many, many disciplines. Political science, game theory, public administration, urban planning, That's a very, very influential article. This article is very, very influential against environmental, in environmental sciences, urban and regional planning, economic development, poverty alleviation. This article, Scott Campbell, and this article is from 20 years ago or so. The other Garrett Harding article is from 60 years ago, almost 60 years ago. Okay, so these are two influential articles. And I remember Professor Mandel sent you this article on Sunday or Monday, the second article. And we should have been discussing this yesterday, but I wanted to give you some more time to read it. Okay, because it's a slightly difficult article. And I know that 3 or 4 people have actually read this article at least once. Some of you have actually read this article twice. So who would like to share some key points of this article with me? How many of you have actually read the article? Okay, just 2 or 3 or 4 people? Okay, wait a second. Let's not have this discussion today, okay? Read the article. Tomorrow we'll have the discussion, for sure. Because it's very important to have this discussion. And I don't want to have the discussion without people having read it. Okay? Okay. So then what I'm going to do, I was planning to do about 15 minutes on that article. So what we'll do is, I'm going to show you one video. It's not related to our discussion, but it's related to our attitude towards the economy, how we consume things and all that, okay? And because that affects the environment, it affects ecology. So I'm going to show this video. It's about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we might have 2 or 3 minutes discussion after that. And we're supposed to close at 3:30 today because for some reasons we will close a bit earlier. Why? So I want to give you some incentive to go and read the article after this. Okay? Okay? So tomorrow, no excuses for not reading the article. Okay? Read the article first thing. As soon as you reach back, read the article. And then we will discuss this article tomorrow. Maybe first thing in the morning. So I'll show you this video and then we'll end. Okay? Hey Ashish.
Young participants.
I have reshared it with the participants.
Can we go to YouTube and search for this? We can go to YouTube. Just search for the story of stuff. Go to YouTube and the story of stuff. The story. Oh, it's not typing. The story of stuff. STUFF. Yeah, second. Yeah, first or second. Yeah, yeah, this one. This one. Yeah. Yeah.
These, I got a little obsessed with mine. In fact, I got a little obsessed with all my stuff. Have you ever wondered where all the stuff we buy comes from and where it goes when we throw it out? I couldn't stop wondering about that, so I looked it up. And what the textbook said is that stuff moves through a system from extraction to production to distribution to consumption to disposal. All together, it's called the materials economy. Well, I looked into it a little bit more. In fact, I spent 10 years traveling the world, tracking where our stuff comes from and where it goes. And you know what I found out? That is not the whole story. There is a lot missing from this explanation. For one thing, this system looks like it's fine. No problem. But the truth is, it's a system in crisis. And the reason it's a system in crisis is it's a linear system and we live on a finite planet. And you cannot run a linear system on a finite planet indefinitely. Every step along the way, this system is interacting with the real world. In real life, it's not happening on a blank white page. It's interacting with societies, cultures, economies, the environment. And all along the way, it's bumping up against limits. Limits we don't see here because the diagram is incomplete. So let's go back through. Let's fill in some of the blanks and see what's missing. Well, one of the most important things that's missing is people. Yes, people. People live and work all along this system. And some people in this system matter a little more than others. Some have a little more say. Who are they? Well, let's start with the government. Now, my friends tell me I should use a tank to symbolize the government, and that's true in many countries and increasingly in our own. After all, more than 50% of our federal tax money is now going to the military. But I'm using a person to symbolize the government because I hold true to the vision and values the government should be of the people, by the people, for the people. It's the government's job to watch out for us, to take care of us. That's their job. Then along came the corporation. Now the reason the corporation looks bigger than the government is that the corporation is bigger than the government. Of the 100 largest economies on Earth now, 51 are corporations. And as the corporation has grown in size and power, we've seen a little change in the government where they're a little more concerned in making sure everything's working out for those guys than for us. Okay, so let's see what else is missing from this picture. We'll start with extraction, which is a fancy word for natural resource exploitation, which is a fancy word for trashing the planet. What this looks like is we chop down the trees, we blow up mountains to get the metals inside, we use up all the water, and we wipe out the animals. So here we are running up against our first limit. We are running out of resources. We are using too much stuff. Now I know this can be hard to hear, but it's the truth, so we've got to deal with it. In the past 3 decades alone, 1/3 of the planet's natural resource base has been consumed. Gone. We are cutting and mining and hauling and trashing the place so fast that we're undermining the planet's very ability for people to live here. Where I live, in the United States, we have less than 4% of our original forests left. 40% of the waterways have become undrinkable. And our problem is not just that we're using too much stuff, but we're using more than our share. We have 5% of the world's population, but we're using 30% of the world's resources and creating 30% of the world's waste. If everybody consumed at US rates, we would need 3 to 5 planets. And you know what? We've only got 1. So my country's response to this limitation is simply to go take somebody else's. This is the third world, which some would say is another word for our stuff that somehow got on somebody else's land. So what does that look like? The same thing, trashing the place. 75% of global fisheries now are fished at or beyond capacity. 80% of the planet's original forests are gone. In the Amazon alone, we're losing 2,000 trees a minute. That is 7 football fields a minute. And what about the people who live here? Well, according to these guys, they don't own these resources, even if they've been living there for generations. They don't own the means of production, and they're not buying a lot of stuff. And in this system, if you don't own or buy a lot of stuff, you don't have value. So next, the materials move to production. And what happens there is we use energy to mix toxic chemicals in with the natural resources to make toxic contaminated products. There are over 100,000 synthetic chemicals in use in commerce today. Only a handful of them have even been tested for health impacts, and none have been tested for synergistic health impacts. That means when they interact with all the other chemicals we're exposed to every day. So we don't know the full impact on health and the environment of all these toxic chemicals, but we do know one thing: toxics in, toxics out. As long as we keep putting toxics into our industrial production systems, we're going to keep getting toxics in the stuff that we bring into our homes and workplaces and schools, and our bodies. Like BFRs, brominated flame retardants, they're a chemical that make things more fireproof, but they are super toxic. They're a neurotoxin. That means toxic to the brain. What are we even doing using a chemical like this? Yet we put it in our computers, our appliances, couches, mattresses, even some pillows. In fact, we take our pillows, we douse them in a neurotoxin, then we bring them home and put our heads on them for 8 hours a night to sleep. Now, I don't know, but it seems to me in this country with so much potential, we could think of a better way to stop our heads from catching on fire at night. Now, these toxics build up the food chain and concentrate in our bodies. Do you know what is the food at the top of the food chain with the highest level of many toxic contaminants? Human breast milk. That means that we've reached a point where the smallest members of our societies, our babies, are getting the highest lifetime dose of toxic chemicals from breastfeeding from their mothers. Is that not an incredible violation? Breastfeeding must be the most fundamental human act of nurturing. It should be sacred and safe. Now, breastfeeding is still best, and mothers should definitely keep breastfeeding, but we should protect it. They should protect it. I thought they were looking out for us. And of course, the people who bear the biggest brunt of these toxic chemicals are the factory workers, many of whom are women of reproductive age. They're working with reproductive toxins, carcinogens, and more. Now I ask you, what kind of woman of reproductive age would work in a job exposed to reproductive toxins except for a woman with no other option? And that's one of the beauties of this system. The erosion of local environments and economies here ensures a constant supply of people with no other option. Globally, 200,000 people a day are moving from environments that have sustained them for generations into cities, many to live in slums, looking for work, no matter how toxic that work may be. So you see, it's not just resources that are wasted along this system, but people too. Whole communities get wasted. Yep, toxics in, toxics out. A lot of the toxics leave the factories in products, but even more leave as byproducts or pollution. And it's a lot of pollution. In the US, our industry admits to releasing over 4 billion pounds of toxic chemicals a year. And it's probably a lot more because that's only what they admit. So that's another limit, because yuck, who wants to look at and smell 4 billion pounds of toxic chemicals a year? So what do? Move the dirty factories overseas, pollute someone else's land. But surprise, a lot of that pollution is coming right back at us, carried by wind currents. So what happens after all these natural resources are turned into products? Well, it moves here for distribution. Now, distribution means selling all the toxic contaminated junk as quickly as possible. The goal here is to keep the prices down, keep the people buying, and keep the inventory moving. How do they keep the prices down? Well, they don't pay the store workers very much, and they skimp on health insurance every time they can. It's all about externalizing the costs. What that means is that the real costs of making stuff aren't captured in the price. In other words, we aren't paying for the stuff we buy. I was thinking about this the other day. I was walking to work and I wanted to listen to the news, so I popped into a Radio Shack to buy a radio. I found this cute little green radio for $4.99. I was standing there in line to buy this thing, and I was thinking, how could $4.99 possibly capture the cost of making this radio and getting it into my hands? The metal was probably mined in South Africa. The petroleum was probably drilled in Iraq. The plastics were probably produced in China. And maybe the whole thing was assembled by some 15-year-old in a maquiladora in Mexico. $4.99 wouldn't even pay the rent for the shelf space it occupied until I came along, let alone part of the staff guy's salary who helped me pick it out, or the multiple ocean cruises and truck rides pieces of this radio went on. That's how I realized I didn't pay for the radio. So who did pay? Well, these people paid with the loss of their natural resource space. These people paid with the loss of their clean air, with increasing asthma and cancer rates. Kids in the Congo paid with their future. 30% of the kids in part of the Congo have dropped out of school to mine coltan, a metal we need for our cheap and disposable electronics. These people even paid by having to cover their own health insurance. All along this system, people pitched in so I could get this radio for $4.99. And none of these contributions are recorded in any accounts book. That's what I mean by the company owners externalize the true costs of production. And that brings us to the golden arrow of consumption. This is the heart of the system, the engine that drives it. It is so important that protecting this arrow has become the top priority for both of these guys. That's why after 9/11, when our country was in shock and President Bush could have suggested any number of appropriate things, to grieve, to pray, to hope. No, he said to shop, to shop. We have become a nation of consumers. Our primary identity has become that of being consumers, not mothers, teachers, farmers, but consumers. The primary way that our value is measured and demonstrated is by how much we contribute to this arrow, how much we consume. And do we? We shop and shop and shop, keep the materials flowing, and flow they do. Guess what percentage of total materials flow through this system is still in product or use 6 months after their date of sale in North America? 50%? 20? No, 1%. 1. In other words, 99% of the stuff we harvest, mine, process, transport, 99% of the stuff we run through this system is trashed within 6 months. Now, how can we run a planet with that level of materials throughput? It wasn't always like this. The average US person now consumes twice as much as they did 50 years ago. Ask your grandma. In her day, stewardship and resourcefulness and thrift were valued. So how did this happen? Well, it didn't just happen. It was designed. Shortly after World War II, these guys were figuring out how to ramp up the economy. Retailing analyst Victor Lebeau articulated the solution that's become the norm for the whole system. He said, our enormously productive economy demands that we make consumption our way of life, that we convert the buying and use of goods into rituals, that we seek our spiritual satisfaction, our ego satisfaction in consumption. We need things consumed, burned up, replaced, and discarded at an ever-accelerating rate. President Eisenhower's Council of Economic Advisors chairman said that the American economy's ultimate purpose is to produce more consumer goods. More consumer goods? Our ultimate purpose? Not provide health care or education or safe transportation or sustainability or justice? Consumer goods? How did they get us to jump on board this program so enthusiastically? Well, 2 of their most effective strategies are planned obsolescence and perceived obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is another word for designed for the dump. It means they actually make stuff to be useless as quickly as possible, so we'll chuck it and buy a new one. It's obvious with things like plastic bags and coffee cups, but now it's even big stuff. Mops, DVDs, cameras, barbecues, even everything. Even computers. Have you noticed that when you buy a computer now, the technology is changing so fast that in just a couple of years, it's actually an impediment to communication? I was curious about this, so I opened up a big desktop computer to see what was inside. And I found out that the piece that changes each year is just a tiny little piece in the corner. But you can't just change that one piece because each new version is a different shape. So you gotta chuck the whole thing and buy a new one. So I was reading industrial design journals from the 1950s when planned obsolescence was really catching on. These designers are so open about it. They actually discuss how fast can they make stuff break that still leaves the consumer having enough faith in the product to go out and buy another one. It was so intentional. But stuff cannot break fast enough to keep this arrow afloat. So there's also perceived obsolescence. Now, perceived obsolescence convinces us to throw away stuff that is still perfectly useful. How do they do that? Well, they change the way the stuff looks. So if you bought your stuff a couple of years ago, everyone can tell that you haven't contributed to this arrow recently. And since the way we demonstrate our value is contributing to this arrow, it can be embarrassing. Like, I've had the same fat white computer monitor on my desk for 5 years. My coworker just got a new computer. She has a flat, shiny, sleek monitor. It matches her computer, it matches her phone, even her pen stand. She looks like she's driving in Spaceship Central, and I look like I'm on a washing machine on my desk. Fashion is another prime example of this. Have you ever wondered why women's shoe heels go from fat one year to skinny the next to fat to skinny? It's not because there's some debate about which heel structure is the most healthy for women's feet. It's because wearing fat heels in a skinny heel year shows everybody that you haven't contributed to that arrow as recently, so you're not as valuable as that person in skinny heels next to you, or more likely in some ad. It's to keep us buying new shoes. Advertisements and media in general plays a big role in this. Each of us in the US is targeted with over 3,000 advertisements a day. We see more advertisements in 1 year than people 50 years ago saw in a lifetime. And if you think about it, what's the point of an ad except to make us unhappy with what we have? So 3,000 times a day, we're told our hair is wrong, our skin is wrong, our clothes are wrong, our furniture is wrong, our car is wrong, we are wrong, but it can all be made right if we just go shopping. Media also helps by hiding all of this and all of this. So the only part of the materials economy we see is the shopping. The extraction, production, and disposal all happens outside of our field of vision. So in the US, we have more stuff than ever before, but polls show that our national happiness is actually declining. Our national happiness peaked in the 1950s, the same time that this consumption mania exploded. Interesting coincidence. I think I know why. We have more stuff, but we have less time for the things that really make us happy. Friends, family, leisure time. We're working harder than ever. Some analysts say we have less leisure time than any time since feudal society. And do you know what the two main activities are that we do with the scant leisure time we have? Watch TV and shop. In the US, we spend 3 to 4 times as many hours shopping as our counterparts in Europe do. So we're in this ridiculous situation where we go to work, maybe 2 jobs even, and we come home and we're exhausted, so we plop down on our new couch and watch TV, and the commercials tell us you suck, so you gotta go to the mall to buy something to feel better, and then you gotta go to work more to pay for the stuff you just bought, so you come home and you're more tired, so you sit down and you watch more TV, and it tells you to go to the mall again, and we're on this crazy work, watch, spend treadmill, and we could just stop.
So why use Grammarly over ChatGPT? Well, Grammarly offers expert writing suggestions versus something generic that everyone gets while you type in real time. No need to copy-paste. You can use it across 100,000 apps and websites. It's not just a spelling or grammar checker. Grammarly is an AI writing tool that helps you.
So in the end, what happens to all the stuff we buy anyway? At this rate of consumption, it can't fit into our houses, even though the average house size has doubled in this country since the 1970s. It all goes out in the garbage. And that brings us to disposal. This is the part of the materials economy we all know the most because we have to haul the junk out to the curb ourselves. Each of us in the United States makes 4.5 pounds of garbage a day. That's twice what we each made 30 years ago. All of this garbage either gets dumped in a landfill, which is just a big hole in the ground, or if you're really unlucky, first it's burned in an incinerator and then dumped in the landfill. Either way, they both pollute the air, land, water, and don't forget, change the climate. Incineration is really bad. Remember those toxics back in the production stage? Well, burning the garbage releases the toxics up into the air. Even worse, it makes new super toxics, like dioxin. Dioxin is the most toxic man-made substance known to science, and incinerators are the #1 source of dioxin. That means that we could stop the #1 source of the most toxic man-made substance known just by stopping burning the trash. We could stop it today. Now, some companies don't want to deal with building landfills and incinerators here, so they just export the disposal too. What about recycling? Does recycling help? Yes, recycling helps. Recycling reduces the garbage at this end, and it reduces the pressure to mine and harvest new stuff at this end. Yes, 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 we should all recycle, but recycling is not enough. Recycling will never be enough for a couple reasons. First, the waste coming out of our houses is just the tip of the iceberg. For every 1 garbage can of waste you put out on the curb, 70 garbage cans of waste were made upstream just to make the junk in that 1 garbage can you put out on the curb. So even if we could recycle 100% of the waste coming out of our households, it doesn't get to the core of the problems. Also, much of the garbage can't be recycled, either because it contains too many toxics or it's designed not to be recyclable in the first place. Like those juice packs, where they have layers of metal and paper and plastic all smushed together, you can never separate those for true recycling. So you see, it is a system in crisis. All along the way, we're bumping up against limits. From changing climate to declining happiness, it's just not working. But the good thing about such an all-pervasive problem is there are so many points of intervention. There are people working here on saving forests, here on clean production, labor rights, fair trade, conscious consuming, blocking landfills and incinerators, and very importantly, taking back our government, so that it really is by the people, for the people. All of this work is critically important, but things really start moving when we see the connections, when we see the big picture. When people all along this system get united, we can reclaim and transform this whole linear system into something new. A system that doesn't waste resources or people. You see, what we really need to chuck is that old school throwaway mindset. There's a new school of thinking about this stuff, and it's based on sustainability and equity. Things like green chemistry, zero waste, closed loop production, renewable energy, local living economies. It's already started. Some say it's unrealistic, too idealistic that it can't happen. I say the ones who are unrealistic are those who think that we can continue with the old way. They're dreaming. Remember, that old way didn't just happen. It wasn't like gravity that we just have to live with. People created it, and we're people too. So let's create something new. There's a lot of information on this website about groups doing incredible work. Click around, get involved.
Great. So this is primarily meant for a Western audience, but I want you to understand that many of these things is what people in big Indian cities are aspiring to do. Okay? So don't try to. Don't try to emulate the US. Don't try to copy the West. The economy of the West is very, very bad. Okay? It's using a lot of resources. So don't try to move towards that. Okay? Okay. So let's end on that note. And we shall get together tomorrow and we'll start with the discussion of the Scott Campbell article. Okay? Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Please wait for 5 minutes and have tea. And after the tea, we will start the session tomorrow at 10:30 sharp. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You need your pen drive out?
Yeah, I took the pen drive. This is directly running from the computer.
So the computer has this.
Yeah, see, 1, 2, 3, day 1, day 2, it's already there.
So you will be sharing the PPTs also?
Yes, yes, yes. That's why it's left here.
Everyone, please put your attendance on the sheet for the second half. The afternoon session attendance is left. Please do that. And please wait for a minute or two for tea.
Because we'll see later on. If you go to the end of it. This is where all the information comes in. Male or female, and we can separate. First year UG, second year UG. Yeah. And you can separate it out in the, once the data is put into it, you can take it in. Which might be possible, right?
Yeah. That's on the
and the PhD. But the thing is, in this one, so I've done a simple survey. We just sent it out like 3 weeks ago. Okay. There's a student there who's doing PhD under my supervision. So he sent it out. He didn't put any deadline data. That's what I told him.
Otherwise, people will not, a lot of times are there, they will take it very carefully.
Right. And he said, if I put a deadline date for 2 weeks, everyone will say I'll wait till the deadline and no one will respond. That's what he said. But there are 0 responses. I think it's better to put a deadline date.
So, deadline is the concern.
Yeah.
And the rest we are ready to go.
Yes, we are ready.
Deadline and then the contact person.
Yeah. And then you can probably put here, by choosing to participate, please, you can put the deadline under this. Under this. By choosing to participate, you're providing consent for the collected data to be used for the stated research process. After that, leave some space like this. Please respond to the survey by this day, whatever date you think is good. I think about 1 week or 2 weeks is good.
2 weeks,
Not more than 2 weeks.
Yeah. So I think today is the 21st.
Shall we say 31st, respond by May 31st? 10 days. Yeah. And then we'll see. How many students are there on campus across all? So we need only about 20% of the response.
600.
You'll get it? Okay. You get 600, you have a fantastic. With lots of stats analysis, not just pie charts and all that. You can do multiple regression, all that.
So I try to get this one.
Yeah.
Then I will be here. Initially, to them I will come back.
Yeah, only you have access to this Google form.
I will allow you
Okay.
that your email ID.
Yeah. Yeah.
You will be able to access it.
Yeah, I don't need to do the form, I just need the access to the results.
That's the Excel sheets and then.
Yeah.
We'll give you that system. Would you like that?
In fact, I don't need access to, but it's just that once you come back and you download all the data, you can share it with, or you can give me the access.
Yeah.
Either way,
Access will be fine now because both of us will be accessing rather than rather than just give him the accessibility and give him.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And then, the thing is, it will be a really powerful paper because we are trying to see at one of the bigger, older engineering institutions in the country, producing the next generation of technical talents. what is the awareness about sustainability? If it is not there, then we have to do something. If it is there, that's very good.
Means you have to just see that how this has been captured in the education and the next generation.
It will be an interesting paper.
Yeah.
Do you need any permissions to send this out?
That permission is needed, I will take that permission. That's not easy, but I have to little bit of effort, I will do that. So now comes the whose turn now. Now Supriya's turn, right? We have discussed enough. Now your turn. What is our plan? Now she has to make our plan today. Yesterday she had made a good plan.
Yeah, yesterday's plan was very good.
Tired.
Oh, I was fantastic.
I slept. In the morning I did some work, It was too long. I
liked it.
You liked it?
I liked it. I liked it a lot yesterday.
I also liked it. Yesterday I was exhausted. So that can ask us. So would you prefer to? We are going to the airport. So if you want to see that, then you can join us also. Yeah. Anything you want to see, we can go and see. Then we can go. The airport will not take more time. I will take my.
I have a Zoom conference at 6 p.m.
Okay. 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Then I won't. Then it will be better.
I stay here. Yeah.
But then we can interact with you. Let us spend evening together till I live here.
Yeah.
Because that would be better. And regarding the Bodh Gaya lecture, you will let us know. But you have the option to choose. Either you are going by the she will going on Saturday only.
Saturday, she has to do it.
So now we have more option coming up. Let's take a call.
I'm for the train now.
So train option she
Depends on
will
her.
coordinate because
Depends on her.
Yeah, if she is able to get the vehicle there, then we can go. No, Ola Uber is not in Bodh Gaya.
Okay, but Meenakshi means what I am allowed to her. But Meenakshi said that she has a contact of the
Oh, if we need the car, we can get the car also. But Ola Uber is not working.
She
So you will prefer
she
to
has
go
good
now?
contact with the taxi.
Yeah, you will be here. No, you will be here.
I will do hybrid. No pollution at all.
The thing is,
But I have heard that the road is very good. I think. Otherwise, if you ask me, I don't prefer by road. I am a train guy.
okay, but you want to try the road this
I
time.
think, but we are going to Nalanda. But Nalanda road is not good. People say that it will take time. But both Gaya, she was mentioning it's a seamless.
So then let's do it since you want to try out your car.
But I would again, no. I would again give you the weightage because that's your preference. You will enjoy.
I think the train is comfortable, right?
It's more than it's only 1 hour it is taking, 1 hour 20 minutes.
Let's go by train.
And if you have not been to Vande Bharat, then come, we'll have this experience.
Yeah, let's go by train. I always prefer train over.
ये विजय, बोध गया चलिएगा? Saturday को.
Next Saturday.
अरे next Saturday.
Not this Saturday.
जेरी सर बोल रहे हैं. उसके बाद. हाँ, देखिए ये बोल रहे हैं. He is saying कि next time. नहीं अभी आया हुआ है. हुआ है छोटा वाला. बड़ा. His son has come. That's why he is thinking.
Good excuse.
Jerry बोले कि good excuse. किसको? अच्छा आ जाएगा. आने तो नहीं डांटते हैं, डांटे. तुम मत परेशान हो, क्या करेंगे? ये ना बैठिए ना. We were the graduate. He was the one who was
Nice.
let me be very honest, he helped me a lot because that my English was not good. He was everything me. And you know, I travel a lot, but who is the person behind me?
Yes, he used.
He is the only guy who, you know, he is the only guy who started foreign journey from our department. And he guided me.
Afterwards, he escalated to the top level.
Not all, he guided me. He guided me only. First time he went to Austria, and then he told me everything about it. This is like this. Why don't you also try? Then I started trying. And then I started liking that much. That's not. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Vijay, इधर सुनिए ना आप. I'm serious. So
I have not been on the flight. First time I was
Austria.
Oh, very good. How was the experience?
2007. First time he went and he did
At
it.
that time, no.
Yeah, very late.
So you use your own mind. You use your own mind.
And then he went there and he told us he used to go and walk. Then we started going.
It's good traveling to
And
different
that time there was no other
He's very.
I went to the airport.
He's very.
Then where did you stay?
He's
on the road.
He's
Really?
yeah. He
Took one train and
I'm not joking, seriously. Because he came and he narrated in such a way that instilled the interest in me.
what happened? Evening, I was in Vienna, then started raining. When it rains and in evening,
Your tea has come.
daytime is right. शाम होते होते 10 मिनट लगता है इंसान लगने के लिए. Then I saw one hotel.
उसके बाद lunch
I am secured.
Then how many? You were
many. Many.
Then yes, I took me there 2 people.
Oh, you met.
He had been but I tell, but he never did. He kept quiet around, but he was the instrumental.
He was the pioneer.
He only pushed me. I would literally say he pushed me. Oh, why don't you go? That's good things, different experiences, different things. You should explore. But he, no, he in India, I think he has been to many countries.
And the other thing is that we move in an ecosystem. We travel. If we travel, local bus also no issue.
Many things to see. You are not allowed.
So I was afraid of that. 2 years ago, I lost many places you couldn't because of your now with the war also, there's no chance that I can go. So it's just like
चाय लाए हुए कब में लेगा आप सब्जी ये लाया हम तो पीछे नहीं गए हम तो नहीं हम
Sir, one thing is basic
State is primarily agriculture.
Yeah.
What about you still got some mining and all that, right?
But mining.
No, but not the state.
State is the minimum percentage. We have one that state only. But state like that is also the same.
सोनू पी लो सोनू का कुछ काम है क्या सोनू पी लो चलो ठीक है थैंक यू तुम आ जाते हो
हम 17
But he has never been to Bihar. That's why this is the first time.
But
Vaishali will go. I asked him. He suggested that the will you want to see that.
so if we meet the department with 1 or 2, but you have a program here with 3 people.
We can do one thing. 1 hour lunch is there. Okay? We'll give 1.5 hour lunch. So 1 hour lunch, after our interaction with us, then they will have 1.5 hour lunch.
Or we can do one more thing. I'll be wanting to get all the students to either calculate their own.
That exercise you can give and then you can
Then we can
yeah,
footprint exercise. We can do 1.5 hours. So decide on the day tomorrow or day after tomorrow is Thursday. Or Friday. Which day is better?
Calculation.
Personally, that would be good. So when should we have this meeting? Tomorrow or Friday? Or next week?
Otherwise, we'll not get the faculty, no students. We'll come in the class, we'll introduce something and then we come.
Sure.
Do you want some snacks in between? Something special, pakora, ये भी ये क्या बोल रहे हैं आप You like the food here? Vegetarian.
Today there was bitter bread for lunch. This is my favorite.
बाकी 3 का शर्ट फंसा हुआ है मेरा अजय का और अच्छा तो आप भेज दिया ना उसको फिर से कितना नहीं
I'm afraid of eating myself.
Don't eat it. That's what.
That sounds good. I don't need
No, he I will ask him phones. It's very easy. I will ask.
No.
Just I will.
No, we all have been very cordial.
He went alone to Australia.
Sir, yeah.
No, I come, I know that. Right?
It's
So
not
I've been careful.
means it's not that I want to meet you, I'll send you one email and you decide me the timing.
And the response.
Yeah, we just want me to meet anyone. No appointment.
That's what the student does here. Wherever he or he wants, he will come. Suddenly you say, oh, then what you have to take.
And if you will give them time, they would.
It's true. You give the time, they say because they're going their own way. That's the order in chaos, right? He telling one copy was there, so my birthday was there. So what he does, he came with the cake and all he celebrated now. That was a
And we
very
were not
good
aware
gesture.
of that
I was
cake.
not aware. I was just thinking nobody will
At
come.
that time, Colvin was there.
He came with the cake.
Cake and all that, and we celebrated that one. So. Yeah, ask for the time difference. We spend time together. Within हम लोग कहीं चलते हैं आप प्लान करिए ऐसे नहीं चलेगा थोड़ा सा या खाने आप नहीं तो खाना बाहर खाने के लिए गेस्ट हाउस में we'll have dinner together ये फिक्स कर उसमें there is a non-veg नहीं खाते vegetarian पूरा vegetarian vegetarian last year are you vegetarian
Since your
No, since 2015.
self
Yeah, 10 years. 10
but
years.
you prefer to have vegan prefer
Yeah, I prefer vegan vegetarian. That's what I prefer. Yeah. I mean, I'm really liking the guest house food. Very tasty.
So there is one restaurant. So would you like to meet over the guest house here? There is a restaurant nearby.
We can go
In the Ganga. Yeah, anywhere.
nearby only, just outside.
Nearby.
My one way of going outside is Scorpio.
देखिए देखिए प्रमुख गया करो गया वाला वहाँ भी चल सकते हैं that depends on you if you like then you can have in guest house
Guest house will be on the side.
and if you are really afraid to have the food outside then we can have it.
थोड़ा मसाला तो रहता है, that is spicy.
Then we can have but we will ask him to come for our dinner.
But I think that is
He will not escape, don't worry. I will catch him because so सुनिए ना weekend में हम लोग जा रहे हैं वहाँ
कभी भी रात को 8 बजे
हाँ 7:30
Yeah, so today you're going to
so
tomorrow
we
can-
will not come directly from the dinner. We come half an hour before. We'll chat, then we'll have dinner, then chat, then
आधा घंटा
हाँ वो लगाएगा उसको बोल भी देंगे really to prepare that. Not today because मेरा बैग ही नहीं आया ना बैग ही मेरा उधर है जो लगे थे कैरियर होल्ड कर लेता हूँ बोला कि कुछ सेंसिटिव stuff that I didn't have any battery stuff nothing ना वो रोक लिया था कि आया हुआ है तो फिर मुझे पड़ा हुआ है फोन कर रहा था ना ये पूरा सामान ही आइए
पूरा सामान ही
हाँ पूरा हमको देखा कि ये तो हम लोग कल not today we will talk to him and then either tomorrow or the dinner and then either tomorrow or the after tomorrow we will introduce the class. वो जो आएगा वो मेल करवा देते हैं हाँ एक हेड की तरफ से करवा देते हैं मेल करवा देते हैं हाँ मैडम अब लिंक दीजिए लिंक कहाँ मेल आया सुबह मीना दीजिए So let us back.
Sorry. Thank you for announcing everything, okay? Good job.
स्तुति अच्छा तुम ठीक किया
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for joining me for lunch.
My pleasure, sir.
So 6 o'clock you have a dinner. इसको फोन कर दिए उसको फोन कर देना है सब करके इसको बंद करवाना है चलो ठीक है तुम लोग को आ जाओ ना सीख नहीं होगा कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा तो you can ask later also after the class there हाँ जो questions and all things are there